You are listening to Football Live, powered by NairaBet, with Chris Baldwin.
Right, let's head straight over now for the first time this afternoon to Selhurst Park. An update now on Crystal Palace against Wolverhampton Wanderers. Our reporter is Jordan Napoleon. Jordan, don't expect too many goals in this game.
Good afternoon, Chris. Well, we are hoping for some goals in this game. It hasn't been fireworks to start off with, but it has been a joy to watch Eberechi Eze just glide through the Wolves players. He's been a joy to watch so far. And there might be a penalty early on in this match. Eberechi Eze, one of the most successful dribblers in the Premier League, just cut inside the Wolves defender. And they're checking the VAR. There may be a penalty. I'll get back to you on this one, but Eberechi Eze was taken down by Gomez. They're having a look at it. So we might have a goal in this one early on, Chris. We might have a goal, but so far at Selhurst Park, it's Crystal Palace 0, Wolves 0.
Thanks very much, Jordan, and we will keep you posted as to what happens there. So potentially maybe a penalty, who knows? But as I said, we'll update you just as soon as we possibly can. But at the moment, it remains Crystal Palace 0, Wolves 0. So much action to come this afternoon. Of course, the big one kicking off at 4:30. Arsenal against Manchester United. Will be building up to that game throughout the course of the afternoon. Let's just top and tail a few other results from you from earlier on today. And the big Old Firm derby took place, the first of the season, at Ibrox earlier on this afternoon. And bragging rights go the way of Celtic because it finished Rangers 0, Celtic 1. Kyogo Furuhashi with his third goal of the season for Celtic. So Celtic beating their old adversaries this afternoon by a single goal. A couple of other matches taking place this afternoon in the Scottish Premiership. Aberdeen take on Hibs. That's a 3 o'clock kickoff. And also Hearts against Motherwell as well. And that's a win earlier on today for Celtic, and for Brendan Rodgers' side, of course, takes them back to the top of the table on 10 points, unbeaten this season, 2 points clear as it stands at the moment from St Mirren. Elsewhere, plenty of other action, of course, going on around Europe as we speak at the moment. A latest score to give you from La Liga: Girona 0, Las Palmas 0, so goalless there. Our featured match, of course, kicking off at 3:15 in the top flight of Spanish football, Mallorca against Athletic Bilbao. Really looking forward to that one this afternoon as well. Rich Bond will be covering that game for us here on Football Live. Elsewhere from around Europe, latest scores for you in Ligue 1. Le Havre 0, Lorient 0, Lille 1, Montpellier 0, and it's Metz 1, Reims 1, with about 18 minutes or so played in each of those games. Nice and Strasbourg kick off, of course, at 4:05. We're covering that for you here on Football Live with our Football Live reporter, Cameron Wilson. And a result to give you from French Ligue 1 earlier on today: Toulouse 2, Clermont 2. So a share of the spoils there. In the Dutch Eredivisie, final score for you from earlier on today: Utrecht 1, Feyenoord 5. So a great result there for the defending champions, which takes them into third spot in the Dutch Eredivisie. Following that result, half-time between Volendam and Twente leading by a goal to nil. And it's currently goalless: Sittard 0, Ajax 0, deep into first half-time added on in that game. And finally, in the Belgian Jupiler Pro League, currently Ghent 2, Club Brugge 1, with about 3 minutes remaining there. Ghent down to 10 men in that game as well, following the sending off of Noah Fadiga. But at the moment, they are holding out for all 3 points. You're listening to Football Live here on Brila FM. We'll be sort of reviewing some of the action as well that took place, of course, or all of the action that took place in the Premier League yesterday and also on Friday night as well. Let's just touch on the Saudi Pro League, of course. John Kane, our resident Saudi Pro League expert, currently on his holes this weekend. So I'm afraid you got me instead. But of course, the big news in the week concerning Mo Salah and that £150 million bid for the Liverpool player from Al Ittihad. It was turned down by the Reds this week, but rumours that it may be, or they may be coming in with an increased offer, which could be an eye-watering at £200 million. We will see what develops on that story. Elsewhere on the pitch in the Saudi Pro League, Cristiano Ronaldo scored his 850th career goal as Al Nassr beat Al Hazem. That was yesterday, 5-1 the final score there. That followed Alexander Mitrovic's hat-trick on Friday as Al Hilal came out on top in a 7-goal thriller, beating Al Ittihad 4-3. And Moussa Dembele also got on the score sheet. He scored a brace as Steven Gerrard's Al Ettifaq came from behind to beat Damak by 3-1 yesterday. That's everything that happened in the Saudi Pro League. Right, let's go around our Premier League grounds once again. Let's get an update from Anfield now. Liverpool against Aston Villa as we rejoin Kendall Rowan.
Hello, yes. So the game has gone a little bit pedestrian at the moment just because there has been a little bit of stoppage time due to an injury for Aston Villa. So Diego Carlos has had to be substituted due to an injury. I'm not sure what happened. I didn't exactly see what had happened to cause the injury, but Leon Bailey has had to replace him. Now Aston Villa will be absolutely gutted because they've already lost Tyrone Mings for a lengthy amount of time as well. So they'll be absolutely gutted to get just another defensive injury, especially for Diego Carlos, who missed a lot of last season as well due to injury. So yeah, I think Aston Villa and Unai Emery will be really, really upset about that. But just more of the same, really. Liverpool on top and in control here at their home ground. Aston Villa just need to get a little bit more possession and get into the game. But at the minute, it is still Liverpool 1, Aston Villa 0.
That's the latest from Anfield. You're listening to Football Live here on Brila FM. We're going to be crossing to Selhurst Park very shortly for an update on Crystal Palace against Wolves. However, just as we left, Kendall, further goal news from Anfield.
The goals, powered by NairaBet.
And Liverpool have now doubled their lead. 2-0, Matty Cash, who scored a couple of goals last weekend, of course, in Aston Villa's 3-1 win at Burnley. Well, he's put through his own net, would you believe, in the 22nd minute. And it's now Liverpool 2, Aston Villa 0. A great start for Liverpool. Let's head over to, we'll get details, of course, of that goal very shortly from Kendall Rowan. Let's head back to Selhurst Park, first of all, though. Crystal Palace against Wolves as we rejoin Jordan Okoli.
It's been action-packed. It's still 0-0 here at Selhurst Park, but it has been action-packed. It looked as if there was going to be a penalty for Crystal Palace. Berichi Eze was taken down by João Gomez. However, after the VAR check, they said no penalty. And it's one of those decisions where if the referee had given a penalty, I don't think VAR would have overturned it. But after that, Crystal Palace had a massive chance. A big mistake from the goalkeeper, Jose Sarr, just passed it straight to Slup. And Slup passed it to Ayew, and it looked as if it was going to be simple as you like, Ayew to tap it in the back of the net. But a great goal line clearance from Max Kilman, the captain of Wolves. Fantastic clearance. And that's what's kept Wolves in this game, because Crystal Palace are battling through and trying to get that first goal. But at Selhurst Park, it's Crystal Palace 0 and Wolves 0.
And Jordan, just whilst you're there, of course, just as we spoke to you earlier on this afternoon, I mentioned the fact that we probably won't see too many goals this season. Just 4 scored between both clubs already this season. And you just sense for both sides, especially probably Wolves, but also Palace actually for that matter, goal scoring could be a little bit of a problem this season.
Definitely, Chris. You know, take this stat in. 103 shots combined between the two teams and only 4 goals this season. That really says it all. Both teams don't have a striker that they can rely on to get them more than 12 goals realistically. But, however, I do think there could be goals in this game. I wouldn't want to write this one off just yet. It does look lively. I think we're going to get a couple of goals in this game. Well, we at least hope so. But both teams this season, that is one of their weaknesses, scoring goals.
Thanks very much to Jordan Okoli here on Football Live. You are listening to Football Live right the way with you through until 6:40 this evening. Of course, so much action to look forward to. Just looking at the stats for Crystal Palace against Wolves as we came away from Jordan Okoli. When they met last season, Wolves, of course, winning 2-0 at Molineux against Palace. Ruben Neves on the score sheet on that occasion. 9 yellow cards produced as well. It was Roy Hodgson's first defeat since returning to Palace as well. And in the corresponding fixture last season, Palace winning by the odd goal in 3 on that occasion too. And going back further than that, as I said, no more than sort of like 1 or 2 goals when these two sides have crossed swords down the years in the Premier League. Right, let's head back to Anfield now for news of that second goal for Liverpool against Aston Villa. Kendall Rowan.
Yes, it is Liverpool 2, Aston Villa 0, and it was an own goal by Matty Cash. It was a fantastic ball from one of the defenders. I don't know whether it was Matip or Joe Gomez, but it was a really fantastic ball to Mo Salah down the wing, who just ran down the wing, crossed it to Darwin Núñez, and Darwin Núñez's shot just hit straight off Matty Cash and went into the back of the net. Emi Martinez was nowhere to be seen. He'd already tried to save the Núñez shot, and he was nowhere to be seen in goal. So unfortunately for Matty Cash, it will go down as an own goal by him. But we are around 25 minutes gone, just coming up to the 26th minute here at Anfield this afternoon. It's been a brilliant game so far, and it's only going to get better. I'm really excited to see how this game pans out. It's Liverpool 2, Aston Villa 0.
You are listening to Football Live and exclusive on Brila FM.
The Premier League, the Bundesliga, Serie A, La Liga.
4 hours of football every Saturday and Sunday on Brila FM with Football Live.
You are listening to Football Live on Brila FM 88.9 and 101.1 FM.
Sports Radio 88.9 Brila FM.
Calling all high flyers who fancies a free flight on us. Naira Vegas are making it rain with 1 million, yes, 1 million free flights on Aviator. Claim unlimited flights with no minimum stake. The sky's the limit. Every day it will randomly rain free flights through the chat feature. Simply place your bets on Aviator and watch it rain free flights in the chat. Make sure you board the plane. You wouldn't want to miss out on a maximum multiplier of times 250,000. Full terms and conditions apply. Must click claim in the chat to be rewarded. Free flights for Aviator only. Must be 18 plus. Please play responsibly.
Here is what's coming up on Football Live.
Next weekend is an international break. Football Live will be back in 2 weeks' time, live and exclusive on Brila FM. With Everton against Arsenal. Premier League action with Josh Bailey.
You are listening to Football Live on Brila FM.
Take Brila anywhere, everywhere.
Yes, you can take Brila with you anywhere, everywhere.
The Brila app is available for free download on Google Play. It is also there on the Apple iTunes Store. Yes, on Google Play and the Apple iTunes Store.
Look out for the Brila football and microphone logo with the letters BRILA in green colour.
That is our authentic app. It gives you Brila FM, Brila.net, BrilaSports.tv, and all the extra betting tips, live score, plus our Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, Google Plus, and YouTube posts.
Sports fun. You can post your videos and eyewitness reports.
Brila, BRILA. Available for download on Google Play and the Apple iTunes Store.
Let's get back to the action on Football Live. You are listening to Football Live, powered by NairaBet, with Chris Baldwin.
And indeed, welcome back. Yes, just a reminder that we'll be crossing back over to our colleagues in Nigeria at around about 2:55 this afternoon with all of your social media comments on all the action that's taking place this weekend. Let's head back to Anfield now. Let's get an update on Liverpool against Aston Villa. Liverpool still comfortably ahead in that game. Kendall Rowan.
Yes, more of the same, Chris. It is just Liverpool is on top. Joe Matip's just had an absolutely fantastic chance. A great free kick by Alexander-Arnold. Just got the head of Joe Matip, who heads it wide of the post. But honestly, Aston Villa have not had a foot in this game as of yet. And that injury will only it serves to set them back even more at the moment. Liverpool have still got the ball as we speak, and it is 29 minutes gone, nearly 30 minutes gone here at Anfield this afternoon, and it is Liverpool 2, Aston Villa 0.
And Kendall, whilst you're still there, I think up prior to this match this afternoon, we've seen Liverpool pretty much battle to the 7 points that they've already accumulated, and of course that 3 points that they gained at Newcastle last week would have given them a big boost as well, wouldn't it? Because it seemed as though Newcastle were sailing towards all 3 points, and a fantastic start this afternoon.
Yeah, absolutely. To win that game last weekend, especially going down to 10 men, I know there is a conspiracy theory that a lot of teams play better with 10 men. They have a little bit more fight, but to lose an influential player in Van Dijk the way that they did and so early on in the game, especially being 1-0 down as well, they probably thought they were never going to come back. But Liverpool are so good at conceding first and going on to win the game. They have so much fight. They're coached so well under Jurgen Klopp. And today it's just completely different to last week. They are on top. They are in control at home, and they'll be absolutely over the moon with how this first 30 minutes have gone. They'll be really happy with it, especially what they're trying to fight for this season as well, and get back into that top 4, get back into the Champions League. So they'll be really happy with how this is going.
Yeah, thanks very much, Kendall. Liverpool, of course, remain unbeaten this season and still in cruise control at the moment, as you heard there, at home to Aston Villa. They went ahead through Dominic Szoboszlai after just 3 minutes with a fantastic first goal for the Reds. And then, unfortunately for Matty Cash, he scored an OG to give them that 2-0 lead. Just having a look at the latest in the in-play betting, courtesy of NairaBet. These prices subject to change, of course. Liverpool 1.06 at the moment. Aston Villa 34.0. Let's head back now to Selhurst Park. Crystal Palace against Wolverhampton Wanderers, where I think we're still awaiting our first goal in that game. Jordan McCauley.
Yeah, still awaiting our first goal. Almost had our first fight. It was between Ait Nouri and Jordan Ayew. It was mainly instigated by Ait Nouri, therefore he got the yellow card for his part in that. But in terms of the football, it's been mainly Crystal Palace creating the better chances. You would think if a goal comes for Crystal Palace, it's going to come through Eberechi Eze. He's been excellent today, just gliding through the Wolves defenders. Anytime he gets the ball, they really can't stop him. However, the players that are getting on the end of his passes are just not doing enough in front of goal. The likes of Edouard and Jordan Ayew. It's 0-0 so far, but we hope to get a goal before halftime. A lot of people would have saw this match and would have said, "Oh, this has got 0-0 written all over it." I do not think so. I think this match will still have a goal. So we hope. But so far, Crystal Palace 0, Wolves 0.
And we've talked already, John, about how both of these sides have struggled for goals. And Odsonne Edouard, effectively Palace's main striker at the moment, but just 11 goals in the last 2 seasons for Palace.
Not good enough at all. Maybe some Palace fans will be surprised that Mateta is not starting today. He was excellent in the midweek. He actually scored a hat-trick in the Carabao Cup. So maybe a surprise that he didn't get the nod ahead of Edouard. Edouard hasn't really lit up things in the Premier League since joining Crystal Palace. And also, Wolves fans may be surprised that Kalajic has not started today. He, of course, scored in the last game, got a winner against Everton. But Fabio Silva starts up front for Wolves and doesn't seem to be physically ready for the Premier League just yet. So perhaps the wrong strikers are starting today for both sides. So maybe we'll see both of them later on in this match.
Thanks very much, Jordan McCauley, reporting there on Crystal Palace against Wolves, where it remains goalless at the moment. You're listening to Football Live here on Brila FM. Still plenty of action, of course, to come throughout the course of the afternoon and the early part of the evening as well. Arsenal against Manchester United. Boy, are we looking forward to that one this afternoon. Rich Bond will be across that game for us here on Football Live. Some real classic encounters and memorable moments between those two sides down the years. Who can forget Manchester United putting 8 past Arsenal in that 8-2 win in the 2011 2012 season. What about Ryan Giggs with the winner in that FA Cup semi-final tie in 1999 when he bared all as well with that chest, didn't he? Martin Keown versus Ruud van Nistelrooy. The clash between those two as the latter missed from the penalty spot. And of course, who can forget the 2005 incident in the tunnel between Patrick Vieira and Roy Keane as well. So many memorable moments between these two sides. I think there's probably fair to say maybe there's slightly less needle maybe between the two squads now, but always a standout fixture. That's Arsenal against Manchester United kicking off at 4:30 this afternoon. Also still to come here on Football Live, coverage from the German Bundesliga, Union Berlin at home to RB Leipzig. Michael Jeffries on hand to watch that game for us this afternoon. In Spanish La Liga, we'll be covering Mallorca against Athletic Bilbao from Parma. Rich Bond on hand for that one. And in French Ligue 1, Nice at home to Strasbourg at the Allianz Riviera. Cameron Wilson will be watching that game for us here on Football Live. My mistake, Molly Sumter's covering Arsenal against Manchester United at the Emirates this afternoon. Lucky old Molly, I say. So that's all ahead here on Football Live on Brila FM. Let's head back to Anfield. However, it's a long way back for Aston Villa, but they've created an opportunity in that game to try and bring themselves back into it. Kendall Rowan.
Yes, absolutely. Aston Villa just for about 3 or 4 minutes just got a foot back into the game. It's gone back to Liverpool now, which watching this game, it's the only thing that I expected. But John McGinn had a fantastic chance. He running from across from Moussa Diaby, who I think is going to be one of the really good signings of the season. Newcastle were after him for a long time. He was linked to a lot of clubs in Europe, and Aston Villa managed to land his signature, and he's been such a fiery, really effective player for them since he joined. But John McGinn just fired the cross over the crossbar. It could have been a really good chance. He looked absolutely gutted to miss that. But as I say, it's just gone straight back to Liverpool, and once again they are in control. But we have 36 minutes gone, coming into the 37th minute here at Anfield this afternoon, and it's Liverpool 2, Aston Villa 0.
Villa, of course, picked up a point last season when they drew 1-1. That was back in May at Anfield. Ollie Watkins missing a penalty on that occasion, and it took a very late goal in the 89th minute from Roberto Firmino to earn a point for Liverpool. But at the moment, they are on their way to all three, still leading Aston Villa by 2-0. Dominic Szoboszlai and an own goal from Matty Cash, and it's still currently goalless between Crystal Palace and Wolves. Just once again looking at the latest in-play betting, courtesy of NairaBet, subject to change. Liverpool 1.06, Aston Villa 41.0, and Crystal Palace 2.30, and Wolves 4.0. So that's the latest betting. A reminder, of course, we'll be joined by Ayo Alabi from NairaBet at around about 4:20 this afternoon for all of the betting opportunities ahead of Arsenal against Manchester United, and also Union Berlin against RB Leipzig as well. Great action, a great weekend's action, of course, we've already had in the Premier League. It all kicked off, of course, on Friday night as West Ham beat Luton by the odd goal in 3. Luton's first ever Premier League match, of course, at the newly developed Kenilworth Road, part of their £10 million redevelopment programme to meet broadcaster requirements. It was a night that ended in disappointment for the Hatters, though, as despite that late goal, the Hammers came away with all 3 points, courtesy of goals from Jared Bowen and Kurt Zuma. Bowen with 3 for the season now, as West Ham's impressive start to the season continues. Luton, of course, still in search of their first ever Premier League point. Yesterday, Manchester City putting 5 past Fulham in that 5-1 win. Erling Haaland sealing a memorable week, scoring that second half hat-trick against Fulham a few days after he was named PFA Player of the Year. Of course, it's 6 for the season now for the Norwegian, as the win took them back to the top of the Premier League table. And it was a 4th booking of the season for the Cottagers' boss, Marco Silva, as he protested against City's second goal. Not surprisingly, Silva now 2 bookings away from a touchline ban. He's received a booking in each of Fulham's 4 matches at the start of this new Premier League season. And obviously the Fulham manager was very, very disappointed.
what I can say, everyone that has some knowledge about football, 100% sure has to disallow that goal. And of course we speak between us, players, our players, their players as well, of course, what Alan said as well after the match to the media as well. Of course everyone has to be furious if a goal like that come against you, because for the linesman, I believe that it can be difficult. Of course, he's in offside position, he can see or not, but for the VAR, it's impossible to don't disallow that. And it's clear offside, and this is what concerns us really, that everyone that is in football, how that goal was not disallowed from the VAR.
Yeah, you can understand why Marco Silva was venting his frustration following that decision yesterday. It came at a really pivotal moment in the game as well, when it was very nicely poised at 1-1 approaching half-time. But in the end, of course, City running out 5-1 winners. We'll be having a review of the other matches that took place yesterday in the Premier League. But let's head straight back now to Anfield, because it sounds as though Aston Villa are knocking on the door to try and get themselves back into this game. Kendall Rowan.
Yes, you would think that, Chris, but unfortunately it was end-to-end chances, and Darwin Núñez has just had another shot banged off the crossbar. Again, it was great from Mo Salah. Him and Mo Salah seem to be linking up so fantastically, but unfortunately it just went off the crossbar, and the other player, Luis Diaz, could not get to the ball in time to get it past the defender. But just 30 seconds before that, Aston Villa had another really good chance. Luca Digne just passed it across the goal line, and unfortunately Leon Bailey and Ollie Watkins got mixed up between themselves. The Liverpool defenders were nowhere to be seen, and neither of them knew which one of them was going to shoot at goal. So unfortunately the ball just rolled to the side of the goal. But I really thought Aston Villa were going to get back into it there, but unfortunately not. And Liverpool again just regained possession, just regained control, and it's just looking again like Liverpool are going to go into the second half on top. But at the moment we have 41 minutes gone in the first half against Aston Villa, and it is Liverpool 2, Aston Villa 0.
And Kendall, just briefly a word on Darwin Núñez. I think it's fair to say he's probably not the finished product yet, but coming off the bench late on last week against Newcastle and scoring those 2 goals would have given him a lot of confidence.
Absolutely, and it's what he needed. You know, the narrative around Darwin Núñez was that he needs time to adapt to the league. He's a very, very raw player. He's still young as well. He's got so much to improve under Klopp, and he's looking like really effective at the moment. I think he just needs a consistent run of games. And as I say, him and Salah seem to be understanding each other a little bit more. Luis Diaz being fit as well. He was injured for a lengthy amount of time last season. Him being fit, that might just work in Darwin Núñez's favour. And yeah, he's looking really, really strong at the moment. And Liverpool's attack in the league, they've got such depth in attack, such quality, and yeah, it can only serve well for him to have so much quality around him and help him out as well. So the goals today, the goals last week, it can only serve him in a good way.
Thanks very much, Kendall. So approaching half-time at Anfield, 2 minutes or so of normal time remaining there, and Liverpool still 2 goals to the good at home to Aston Villa. Let's head back now to southeast London. Crystal Palace against Wolves. We're still awaiting our first goal there. We may be waiting quite a long while. Jordan Okoli.
Yeah, still waiting the first goal. You mentioned Edouard before, how he hasn't delivered as a Crystal Palace striker, and he had a chance to deliver and maybe prove you wrong, but he proved you right. It was a shot straight at Jose Sarr when he really should have done better. He just didn't seem to have that confidence when he was in front of goal. Didn't seem to actually believe he was going to steal the opportunity when Decore put him through. There was a good chance for Pedro Neto. He threw about 10 step-overs before his shot, and his shot was tipped over by Johnstone in goal. Of course, Dean Henderson, not ready to play, but is a new signing for Crystal Palace. So they do have 2 fantastic English goalkeepers on their books now. But Johnstone pulls off a good save to deny Pedro Neto. We're approaching half-time, and it's Crystal Palace 0, Wolves 0.
So that's the state of play for the 2 Premier League matches currently in progress at the moment. Crystal Palace 0, Wolves 0, as you just heard from Jordan Okoli, and Liverpool 2-0 up at home to Aston Villa. Arsenal against Manchester United, a 4:30 kickoff. We'll be bringing you the team news ahead of that game in around about an hour's time or so. Let's just update you on other results and latest scores from the world of football here on Football Live this afternoon. Celtic beat Rangers earlier on today at Ibrox, courtesy of a first half strike from Kyogo Furuhashi, winning 1-0 in that game, going back to the top of the Premier League Premiership table. Aberdeen play Hibs and Hearts play Motherwell. Both of those games kicking off at 3 this afternoon. Action underway in the German Bundesliga this afternoon. They played about 14 minutes. It's currently Frankfurt 0, Cologne 0. Our featured game, of course, kicking off also at 4:30. Union Berlin against RB Leipzig. Into La Liga we go, approaching full time. Girona against Las Palmas, still goalless there with about 5 minutes or so remaining. We'll be crossing over to Rich Bond very shortly here on Football Live as we look ahead to Mallorca against Athletic Bilbao. That kicks off in exactly half an hour. Into French League, a final score from earlier on today: Toulouse 2, Clermont 2. And these are all latest scores as we approach half-time. Le Havre 0, Lorient 0, Lille 1, Montpellier 0, Metz 1, Reims 1. And our featured game kicking off in about an hour and 20 minutes. That's Nice against Strasbourg. We'll be building up to that game. In the Dutch Eredivisie, a result from earlier on today, and a great result at that for the defending champions Feyenoord, who won 5-1 at Utrecht in that game. Easy winners, Feyenoord this afternoon. Latest scores for you from that division, the top flight of Dutch football. FC Volendam 0, 28-1 is how it remains there with 57 minutes played, and it's still goalless between Sittard and Ajax as well. A game kicking off at 3:45, so just under an hour's time. Vitesse against Alkmaar. And finally, in the Belgian Jupiler Pro League, it's ended Ghent 2, Club Brugge 1. Ghent managing to hold on, having been reduced to 10 men in that game to claim all 3 points. So you're up to date with all of the latest news from around Europe. Of course, Football Live won't be back next weekend because it is the international break. England, of course, play against Ukraine next weekend. That match takes place on Saturday in Poland. England, of course, 4 wins from 4 at the moment in the European qualification standings. As we look ahead, of course, to Germany 2024. Also coming up next weekend, Scotland, they're in action as well, away to Cyprus. Scotland also with a 100% record in Group A, having won 4 from 4 at the moment. And Wales also in action next weekend as well. I think they're playing on the Monday against Latvia, away to Latvia. Just 1 win so far in their European qualification Group D. That's all next week and then weekend. And of course, Football Live will be back the week after that. I can tell you that Girona have scored a late goal, a very late goal at home to Parma. It's now Girona 1, Las Palmas 0 in Spanish La Liga. Let's head very briefly now back to Anfield, where we have, I think, about 4 minutes of time added on at the end of the first half there, and it appears as though Liverpool will be comfortably ahead at the break in that game. Kendall Rowan.
Yes, I think we're going into half-time here. Liverpool 2 goals ahead of visitors Aston Villa. Liverpool have been in complete control this whole game. There's been 4 minutes added on, but I really don't think it's going to change too much. Liverpool just passing around Aston Villa. They've had around the whole game 65% possession on average. They've just been really in control at home, which really is what you would expect from a Jurgen Klopp Liverpool. But it's 48 minutes gone, so we have still got a minute or so of added time left to go, and it is still Liverpool 2, Aston Villa 0.
So Jurgen Klopp's side still 2 goals to the good there. Let's just check back in now with Jordan Okoli at Selhurst Park as we head towards half-time rather there. Crystal Palace against Wolverhampton Wanderers.
Yeah, just approaching half-time. No goals so far. We hope to have some goals in the second half. Hopefully we can see the likes of Mateta come on in the second half and Kaladzic. And these are the type of moments where last season Wilfred Zaha will just make something out of nothing and win the game for Crystal Palace. And perhaps this is what Eberechi Eze needs to step into, as he is the new Crystal Palace talisman. And he just hasn't quite tapped into that yet. Not looking like so much of a goal threat. He has 16 shots so far in the Premier League with 0 goals. So Eberechi Eze might need to give Zaha a call at half-time and just get a bit of advice for this second half, just so he can help Palace turn things around. But Half time now. Crystal Palace 0, Wolves 0.
And we'll be getting half-time reports from both Jordan Nicoli and Kendall Rowan very, very shortly here, hopefully on Football Live. Just looking at the latest betting courtesy of NairaBet, subject to change, of course. Liverpool 1.06, Aston Villa 41.0, Crystal Palace 2.75 for the win, and Wolves 3.80. Well, as I mentioned earlier, we have coverage from Spanish La Liga here on Football Live today as well. Kicking off at 3:15 p.m. Mallorca against Athletic Bilbao. And as we build up to that match with all the team news as well, it's a very good afternoon to Rich Bond.
Good afternoon, Chris. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the Estadi Mallorca, where we have a matchup between two sides in rather contrasting form in Real Mallorca and Athletic Bilbao. 2 wins from 3 has been a fine start for Ernesto Valverde's Athletic side, who lies 7th coming into the game, whilst Mallorca, traditionally slow start, has left the Pirates deep in the relegation zone. Just a solitary point, despite finishing strongly last season in 9th, just a point behind Athletic, who finished 8th. Free scoring Athletic in good form, scored 6 in the last 2 games, including 4 against Real Betis last time. Striker Gorka Goretzka netting in both those fixtures. He will again lead the line in a side that has made 2 changes today, Yuri and Sanchez coming into midfield. Creative talents of the Williams brothers Inaki and Nico flank Goretzka and make Valverde's side tick, so there'll be ones to watch. Whilst in goal, Spanish international goalkeeper Unai Simon provides a reliable presence. Despite the host's recent frailties on the road, Stade Mallorca has been somewhat a fortress in recent times, only champions Barcelona conceding less last season on their own patch. A big part of their frugal defence was captain Antonio Raelo. However, a 3-month layoff for the Mallorca man, with ankle surgery, significantly weakened their backline. Today's side, though, will see 3 changes with Lato Rodriguez and Canadian forward Kyle Larin coming into the 11. The sides could not be separated last season, with 2 draws in the corresponding La Liga fixtures. I'm expecting a really even game today, but hopefully with plenty of goals. We're about 20 minutes away from kickoff here. Real Mallorca versus Athletic Bilbao.
Thanks very much, Rich. So Rich will be across that game for us throughout the course of the afternoon here on Football Live here on Brila FM. We'll be crossing over to our colleagues in Nigeria very, very shortly for all of your social media comments. What do you make of Liverpool's lead against Aston Villa as it stands at the moment? Plenty of talking points, of course, from yesterday as well, especially that second goal for Manchester City in the defeat, the 5-1 defeat of Fulham, of course, as well. And what about Chelsea going down at home to Nottingham Forest as well? So many talking points from yesterday. It's 2:52 on this Sunday afternoon. Let's cross over to Anfield. I think the half-time whistle has just blown there at Anfield. Liverpool against Aston Villa. And I take it that Liverpool did indeed carry that comfortable lead into the break. Kendall Rowan.
Yes, absolutely. I think Aston Villa will just be really, really glad that the halftime whistle's gone and they can regroup and go into the dressing room and have a plan B, because whatever they are doing right now is currently not working away at Anfield. Anfield's such a fortress to go to. It's such a difficult place to play, but Aston Villa really need to get a foot in their game here, or Liverpool could just absolutely run away with it. They've been completely on top, 70% possession in the first half, so Liverpool will be really, really happy with how in control they are in that game. They've had so many chances, and don't get me wrong, Aston Villa have had a handful of chances as well, which is maybe not as clear-cut as Liverpool, but I'm expecting more of the same from the second half. Aston Villa, obviously, now without Diego Carlos, I'm not sure how extensive that injury is going to be just yet. So defensively, they've had to change their tactics, they've had to change their formation, which again would not have suited them. But we will see what happens in the second half. But it's half-time here at Anfield, and it is Liverpool 2, Aston Villa 0.
Half-time whistle has also blown at Selhurst Park. Crystal Palace against Wolves. Jordan Nicoli.
Yeah, it's half-time between Crystal Palace and Wolves. Roy Hodgson will be hoping that he can pull out some magic for the second half. Crystal Palace have a good record against Wolves. They have won 4 out of their last fixtures against Wolves. So Roy Hodgson will be hoping to pull out some magic and get the home win. But so far, half-time, Crystal Palace 0, Wolves 0.
So we still await our first goal then at Selhurst Park. A reminder, of course, at 4:30 this afternoon. It's the big one, Arsenal against Manchester United at the Emirates. We are looking forward to that. Our reporter this afternoon will be Molly Sumter. We'll be getting the team news probably in around about 35, 40 minutes time also, and we'll run through the starting lineups for you here on Football Live. So much action to come. We also have Union Berlin against RB Leipzig in the Bundesliga, Mallorca against Athletic Bilbao in La Liga, and in French Liga, Nice against Strasbourg as well. We're going to hand over now to our colleagues in Nigeria. That will be Tony and the crew with all of your social media comments, and we'll be back very, very shortly here on Football Live. Don't go away.
You are listening to Football Live. Powered by NairaBet. Live and exclusive on Brila FM.
Sports Radio 88.9 Brila FM.
You are listening to Football Live. Live and exclusive on Brila FM.
Take Brila anywhere, everywhere.
Yes, you can take Brila with you anywhere, everywhere.
The Brila app is available for free download on Google Play. It is also there on the Apple iTunes Store. Yes, on Google Play and the Apple iTunes Store.
Look out for the Brila football and microphone logo with the letters BRILA in green colour.
That is our authentic app. It gives you Brila FM, Brila.net, Brilasports.tv, and all the extra betting tips, live score, plus our Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, Google Plus, and YouTube posts.
Sports fun. You can post your videos and eyewitness reports.
Brila, B-R-I-L-A. Available for download on Google Play and the Apple iTunes Store.
Around the grounds, chasing the goals.
A goal that is going to blow open the title race in the Bundesliga.
Well, this wasn't supposed to happen. It's been an unbelievable day here on Football Live.
4 hours of football every Saturday and Sunday on Brila FM with Football Live.
Sports Radio 88.9 Brila FM.
You are listening to Football Live. Powered by NairaBet. Live and exclusive on Brila FM. You are listening to Football Live, powered by NairaBet, with Chris Baldwin.
Yes, indeed. Welcome back to Football Live. Chris Baldwin with you in the hot seat right the way through until 6:40 this evening as we cover all the action from the Premier League and top European leagues as well. Many thanks to our colleagues in Nigeria. We'll be back with them at around about 3:55 this afternoon. Both of the two Premier League matches that we're covering at the moment up and running again. Let's cross first of all to Anfield. Liverpool against Aston Villa. Any further changes made in that match? Kendall Rowan.
Hello, yes, we have just kicked off here again for the second half at Anfield for Liverpool, Aston Villa. There has been a couple of chances so far for Liverpool, and Aston Villa just had a really decent one as well, from Matty Cash. Luca Digne tried to find the head of one of his teammates from a corner kick, but unfortunately could not, and it was a really, really good save as well from Alisson, who is one of the best on-form goalkeepers at the moment. There's no changes for either side in terms of substitutions at half-time, but Aston Villa may try to change it up a little bit just to get back into the game, or, Liverpool might give their players a rest if they are still in control in the next 20-25 minutes. But it's 49 minutes gone here at Anfield this afternoon, and it's Liverpool 2, Aston Villa 0.
Kendall, just very briefly touching on Villa. It's been a really positive start to the new campaign, really, hasn't it? I mean, after that opening day blip at Newcastle, back-to-back wins as well following that against Everton and Burnley, and you would, despite the fact they're trailing 2-0 at the moment and they may lose this afternoon, but you would suspect that they will probably be there or thereabouts on the cusp of challenging for Europe again this season.
Yes, absolutely. Unai Emery plays a fantastic brand of football. I know sometimes a lot of Arsenal fans in the past didn't agree, and they were maybe saying that sometimes his in-game substitutions were a little bit off, or they didn't trust him to change something when the game wasn't going his way. But I think he's completely changed it around. He's done fantastically in Europe over the last few years as well, with the teams that he's managed in Villarreal, in the Champions League as well, prior to coming to Aston Villa. So to go from 17th to getting into the Europa Conference League that they got into this season, I think it was absolutely fantastic, and he does play nice football, and he's made some really fantastic signings as well, signings that he knows, really exciting signings like Diaby as well. So yeah, I think they will be there and thereabouts again this season. As I say, when I watch them, they play a really good brand of football. They're exciting to watch, they're good to watch, and maybe they won't be thinking that today, but again, Liverpool, they just look really strong this season, and they've added some good additions as well, so we can't really take much from this game. So we'll see how the season pans out for Aston Villa.
Thanks very much, Kendall. Yes, I would imagine that Moussa Diaby will probably be one of the standout signings this season. Villa, of course, through to the Europa Conference League following the 8-0 aggregate victory over Hibs earlier in the week, qualifying for the group stages. Could they emulate West Ham's success last season? Who knows? They were last in European competition in the group stages in 2010 when they lost to Rapid Vienna in the Europa League qualifying rounds. So a very exciting season ahead for Aston Villa supporters. Let's head back now to Selhurst Park. Let's get an update on the early salvos in the match between Crystal Palace and Wolverhampton Wanderers at the start of the second half. Jordan Okoli.
No changes at half-time for either side. I guess both managers pretty happy with what they've seen so far. Wolves have dominated the possession in this match. Crystal Palace have had more shots on target. Their best chance fell to Jordan Ayew in the first half. And if this match ends 0-0 or Palace end up losing the game, Jordan Ayew will definitely look back at that chance and rue that miss, because it was a clear gilt-edged opportunity that he missed. Hopefully we see some substitutions later on, because the second half started just a bit slowly. It was as if both teams just warming up into the second half, not so much urgency. Sometimes with these lower teams in the Premier League, they often pull out better performances when they play against, the higher teams in the division, because they're able to just sit back and counter. But it seems as if both teams don't really know what they should be doing, whether they should be going for goal and throwing men forward or playing it safe. because they both don't want to lose this match. But at the same time, this is a match that both teams will definitely see as an opportunity to get 3 points. But so far in the second half, it's Crystal Palace 0 and Wolves 0.
Goalless it remains then at Selhurst Park. Liverpool 2-0 up at home to Aston Villa. Let's just go through some of the other latest scores that we have for you in the Scottish Premiership. Aberdeen 0, Hibs 0 and Hearts 0, Motherwell 0, with about 10 minutes played in both of those games. In case you weren't aware, Celtic won the Old Firm derby earlier on today, beating Rangers at Ibrox by a goal to 0. Kyogo Furuhashi with the only goal of the game there. Into the German Bundesliga, approaching half-time, Frankfurt 0, Cologne 1 is the latest score for you in that game. And it's Florian Kainz who has scored for Frankfurt from the penalty spot just a couple of minutes ago, in fact. So Cologne 1 up at Frankfurt. In Spanish La Liga, a result from earlier on today, Girona 1, Las Palmas 0. Significant result that, because it actually lifts Girona to second in the table in La Liga. What a great start for them this season. 3 wins from 4 matches and 2 points behind Real Madrid. Other latest scores for you from around Europe. Le Havre 1, Lorient 0. Le Havre going ahead there in that game, courtesy of Dala Kuzyaev. So they lead by a goal to 0. It's Lille 1, Montpellier 0, and Metz 1, Reims 2. They are into the second half in each of those matches. Our featured match, of course, in Ligue 1 is Nice against Strasbourg. That kicks off at 4:05. We'll be building up to that game very, very shortly. But further goal news to tell you about from Anfield.
The goals, powered by NairaBet.
Well, he's been in the news this week with a potential move to the Saudi Pro League. Mo Salah has made it 3-0 now to Liverpool, scoring his second Premier League goal of the season. So it's now Liverpool 3, Aston Villa 0. And finally, we have goal news for you from Selhurst Park.
The goals, powered by NairaBet.
And Odsonne Edouard has broken the deadlock there to give Roy Hodgson's side the lead. It's now Crystal Palace 1, Wolves 0, the latest there from South East London. We mentioned Odsonne Edouard a little bit earlier when talking with Jordan Okoli, of course, the fact that he is effectively the main striker for Palace now. A pretty poor goal striking rate, though, with just 11 goals in the last 2 seasons for Palace, but he's on the score sheet this afternoon. It's his second Premier League goal, I should say, of the campaign. Crystal Palace now leading Wolves by a goal to 0. Let's head, first of all, to Anfield for news of that third goal for Liverpool. And they are running away with it now. Kendall Rowan.
Yes, it is a Liverpool 3, Aston Villa 0. And as I said, if Liverpool were really interested in getting control of this game and just getting a little bit further ahead, I mean, they were already 2 goals ahead, but they are now at 3, then they have absolutely done that. It was the goal resulted from a corner from Andy Robertson, just floated at the head of Darwin Núñez, who just headed it backwards, and it dropped perfectly at the feet of Mohamed Salah, the man of the moment, the talking point of the end of the transfer window, and he just sliced it straight into the back of the net behind Emi Martinez. Unai Emery kicking his legs out on the touchline. He's really not happy with how his team have played today, and you wouldn't be. It's 55 minutes gone, and it is Liverpool 3, Aston Villa 0.
Thanks very much, Kendall. Yes, Mo Salah, of course, who has been in the news in recent days following that bid of £150 million from Al Ittihad to join the Saudi Pro League, turned down by Liverpool, but he scored, shown his professionalism this afternoon to make it Liverpool 3, Aston Villa 0. Let's get to news of that opening goal for Crystal Palace at home to Wolves. Jordan Okoli.
Odsonne Edouard scores the goal. We spoke about him earlier. Clearly, we need to speak about Odsonne Edouard to make him get on the score sheet. It was an assist from Mitchell. Mitchell got down the flank on the left-hand side and pulled out a great cross, and Odsonne Edouard beat Dawson at the near post to just poke it past Jose Sarr. A real striker's goal. We hope to see more of those kind of goals from Hudson Edouard this season. We've got 2 so far this season. So not a terrible start. 2 goals in 4 games from Hudson Edouard. So maybe he's going to prove us wrong. Maybe he's going to deliver for Crystal Palace this season. He's got an important goal in this match because this match needed a goal. And maybe Crystal Palace can build on this to get more goals at Selhurst Park and maybe turn Wolves over. But Wolves are about to make a change. Wang is about to come on. He's already got 1 goal this season. Yet to see who's coming on for, but probably for Fabio Silva. But it was a good finish from Hudson Edouard. And it means that Crystal Palace 1 and Wolves 0.
And Jordan, just very, very briefly, just touching on Wolves. As we know, managerial upheaval really over the last 12 months. Bruno Lage, Julian Lopetegui, of course, they've come, they've gone as well. 2 defeats prior to this encounter this afternoon from 3 this season. They're trailing now. Do you think they'll be involved in a relegation scrap again this season?
I do think they will be in a relegation scrap. Sorry to all the Wolves fans out there, but I do think so. They just don't seem to have enough. They don't have a goal scorer. Or maybe Kaladzic, we need to see more of him. But what I've seen of Wolves, they don't have an out-and-out goal scorer. The defence is just about okay. But when you don't have anything going forward, I don't think you can rely on your defence for the whole season. And I see plenty of teams that are better than Wolves, plenty of teams that are making better signings than Wolves. And sorry, but I could see Wolves getting relegated this season. We'll see how they do for the rest of this game, but I could see that potentially happening.
Yeah, they just cannot score goals, can they? Thanks very much to Jordan Okoli, our man on the spot at Selhurst Park this afternoon. Crystal Palace leading Wolves by 1-0. And it's Hudson Edouard opening his account this afternoon for Roy Hodgson's side. And, of course, Liverpool now 3-0 up at home to Aston Villa. The 3rd goal there this afternoon scored by Mo Salah in the 55th minute. Plenty of goals around, of course, this Premier League weekend, not least of all at Turf Moor yesterday. Burnley 2, Tottenham 5. Son Heung-min scoring his 4th Premier League career hat-trick as Spurs came from a goal down to beat newly promoted Burnley at Turf Moor. James Maddison and Romero also on the score sheet for the visitors. The Clarets still without a point this Premier League campaign. As for the Spurs player, Son Heung-min, here he is now on that hat-trick yesterday afternoon.
Look, I mean, it was fantastic performance from the players, from group of players, because it is a difficult place, and especially away from when you go down after 10 minutes, it is really difficult. But I think as of today, we show that we have a great character and then great players that we can turn around. Obviously, it is a good lesson that we should start stronger in the first 10 minutes. But look, I mean, we are very happy to score 5 goals here and then get us 3 points.
That Spurs Son Heung-min following his hat-trick yesterday at Burnley. Of course, he had a disappointing season last season, didn't he? But he's firing on all cylinders this season. I just wonder if the Harry Kane leaving the club has possibly given him a little bit of a free rein. I don't know. Obviously, they used to combine superbly, but maybe he's not in his shadow anymore now. And at the moment, Tottenham under Ange Postecoglou are scoring for fun after winning 5-2 yesterday. Elsewhere, Chelsea, it was a bad day at the office for them as they continued their poor start to the season. As substitute Anthony Elanga scored his first Premier League goal for Nottingham Forest following his move from Manchester United in the summer. Taiwo Awoniyi, of course, with the assist as well. Great assist it was too. Forest with only their 2nd win away from home in the Premier League since their return to the big time a couple of seasons ago. Mauricio Pochettino certainly has got his work cut out, as big spenders Chelsea have still recorded just 1 win this season, and that was against Luton as well. Here is the Chelsea head coach in his post-match conference interview following that defeat at home to Forest.
Today, I think we create chances. I think we dominate the game, but on the end, we were not clinical enough. In the last third, we should score if you want to win, and make one mistake and we concede a goal. Yes, disappointed. I'm not frustrated, but disappointed because yes, in this type of process, always you need some lag in some situation. I'm not going to take credit to Nottingham Forest because we knew how they are going should play. But I think yes, we were not clinical in both areas. I think we made a mistake and we conceded, and then we create too many opportunities and we dominate. We didn't score, and when you score, it's difficult to win games.
Chelsea head coach Mauricio Pochettino following that defeat at home to Nottingham Forest yesterday. Chelsea are next in action in 2 weeks' time with an away trip to the Vitality Stadium where they face Bournemouth. You're listening to Football Live here on Brila FM as we go around the grounds once again. Now, our feature match in La Liga this afternoon takes place in Palma. It's Mallorca against Athletic Bilbao. I think they've played around about 7 minutes of the first half there. Let's get our first date of the in fact, before we get there, I can tell you, goal news coming in from Selhurst Park.
The goals, powered by NairaBet.
And Wolves are back on level terms. It's now Crystal Palace 1, Wolves 1. We never see too many goals involving these two sides, but we have 2 now this afternoon, and it's all level. Crystal Palace 1, Wolverhampton Wanderers 1. We'll be hearing from Jordan Okoli with news of that equaliser for Wolves very shortly. First of all, let's just check in now with Rich Bond, who's covering Mallorca against Athletic Bilbao this afternoon.
Yes, well, it's Mallorca 0, Atletico Bilbao 0 here. We've had about 8 minutes on the clock. It's been quite an even affair as we've started. As you can expect, the on-form Athletic who've dominated the possessional stats, but it's Mallorca who've had the first chance. They had a nice little counter-attacking bit of play, and it was Meraki who played the ball through lovely for Kyle Larin on a swift counter-attack on the left-hand side. Larin's left-footed shot, driving across goal, but just into the side netting. But, not many chances as of yet, but it's a spirited affair, and I feel we're on for a good one today. But at the moment, Mallorca 0, Atletico Madrid 0, Atletico Bilbao, sorry.
Thanks very much, Rich. So currently goalless there in La Liga. Let's get details of that equalising goal for Wolves at Selhurst Park. Here's Jordan Okoli.
A lot of people would have thought this would have been a 0-0 match, but we've got 2 goals in this game. Wolves have equalised. It was a free kick from Pedro Neto. He whipped in a great cross, and Hwang, who just came on, I think this is Hwang's first touch of the ball, glides it into the back of the net with his head. That's his second goal of the season and Pedro Neto's second assist of the season. What a substitution from Gary O'Neill to bring on Hwang. Instant impact. I wonder what's going to happen now. There's not too long left in this game. Are we going to see Eberechi Eze step up and do what Zaha would do last season and perhaps win the game for Crystal Palace? Or are Wolves going to build on this momentum and get a shock away win? But Wolves have equalised. So it's Crystal Palace 1, Wolves 1.
So a match that is beautifully poised. Once again, now Crystal Palace 1, Wolves 1, the latest from Selhurst Park. Back to Anfield we go, and Jurgen Klopp has been ringing the changes in that game, I believe. Kendall Rowan.
Yes, absolutely. Both teams have made changes now in the last few moments. I think it needed it that, from the excitement of the first half, the second half's just been slightly flat in the last 5 or so minutes. So I think fresh legs was definitely needed by both sides. So Diogo Jota has replaced Luis Diaz on the wing, and Jurgen Klopp has also replaced the man of the moment, as we said earlier, Darwin Núñez, with Cody Gakpo, who usually starts and did start away at Newcastle last week. Also Curtis Jones, who I think's had a really decent game in midfield today. He replaced Endo, the new signing this window, and he's had a really good game, but he's also been replaced with the fresh legs of Harvey Elliott. And for the visitors as well, Nicolo Zaniolo, he is coming on for Aston Villa. Another really good signing, as I mentioned earlier, for Unai Emery. And Leon Bailey, who came on for the injured Diego Carlos, has left the pitch. But we are 66 minutes gone now at Anfield this afternoon, and it's Liverpool 3, Aston Villa 0.
Difficult to see Aston Villa getting anything out of that match now, but you never know. But Liverpool still very much comfortably in front by 3-0. Crystal Palace 1, Wolves 1. Of course, Arsenal against Manchester United kicking off at 4:30 this afternoon. Team news will be filtering through very shortly. Let's just give you the latest scores from around Europe as it stands at the moment. Let's first of all just have a look at the latest scores in the Scottish Premiership. Still awaiting our first goal there in the matches between Aberdeen and Hibs and Hearts and Motherwell. 25 minutes played in each of those games. In the German Bundesliga at half-time, it's Frankfurt 0, Cologne 1. We are about an hour or so away from kickoff in our featured match, which sees Union Berlin taking on RB Leipzig. In Spanish La Liga, as we just heard from Rich Bond, it's currently goalless between Mallorca and Athletic Bilbao. And in French Ligue 1, few latest scores to give you from there. Le Havre now leading Lorient by 2-0. Lille 1, Montpellier 0, still the latest there. And a cracking game between Metz and Reims, where it's 2 apiece, with about just over 20 minutes or so remaining in each of those games. Into the Dutch Eredivisie, we go with some latest scores for you. Volendam 0, Twente 2. That's actually how it's ended. Twente coming out on top in that game. Feyenoord earlier today beat Utrecht by 5-1. And another latest score to give you. Deep into time added on at the end of the match between Sittard and Ajax, and it's still goalless there. And in the Belgian Jupiler Pro League, a result from earlier on today, Ghent 2, Club Brugge 1. That's how it ended. And the latest score is Royal Union 1, Antwerp 1, as they approach the half-hour mark there. You're listening to Football Live here on Brila FM.
You are listening to Football Live. Live and exclusive on Brila FM.
The Premier League, the Bundesliga, Serie A, La Liga.
4 hours of football every Saturday and Sunday on Brila FM with Football Live.
You are listening to Football Live on Brila FM 88.9 and 101.1 FM.
Sports Radio 88.9 Brila FM.
Some of the best start from the streets of Africa. This is not just a game. It's a feeling within us. It's expressive. It's a passion. Play for the fun. Play for the thrill. Play responsibly.
Proudly African. Bet with the best. Naira Bet.
Here is what's coming up on Football Live.
Next weekend is an international break. Football Live will be back in 2 weeks' time, live and exclusive on Brila FM. With Everton against Arsenal. Premier League action with Josh Bailey.
You are listening to Football Live on Brila FM.
Take Brila anywhere, everywhere.
Yes, you can take Brila with you anywhere, everywhere.
The Brila app is available for free download on Google Play. It is also there on the Apple iTunes Store. Yes, on Google Play and the Apple iTunes Store.
Look out for the Brila football and microphone logo with the letters BRILA in green colour.
That is our authentic app. It gives you Brila FM, Brila.net, BrilaSports.tv, and all the extra betting tips, live score, plus our Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, Google Plus, and YouTube posts.
Sports fun. You can post your videos and eyewitness reports.
Brila, B-R-I-L-A. Available for download on Google Play and the Apple iTunes Store.
Let's get back to the action on Football Live. You are listening to Football Live, powered by NairaBet, with Chris Baldwin.
Yes, welcome back to Football Live. Right the way here with you through until 6:40 this evening. on Brila FM. Let's go around the grounds once again now. First of all, to Anfield. Liverpool against Aston Villa. Some injury news there, Kendall Rowan.
Yes, so Captain Trent Alexander-Arnold has unfortunately had to come off with an injury, and he is being replaced by Academy product Jarell Quansah. I'm not entirely sure what happened with Trent. It looked like he rolled his ankle a little bit. He did just a few moments before that have a really decent shot from outside of the box. The Villa defenders gave him far too much space to shoot, but unfortunately after that he's rolled his ankle, and I'm not entirely sure of the extent, but he has walked off pretty soundly, so maybe it's just a precautionary substitution. But we are around 73 minutes gone in this game at Anfield this afternoon, and it is still Liverpool 3, Aston Villa 0.
I think we're into the final 15 minutes or so at Selhurst Park. Is it still all level there? Crystal Palace against Wolverhampton Wanderers, Jordan Okoli.
It's still all level as we approach the end of this game. Who is going to win it? Who's going to snatch it? Well, Roy Hodgson has made a bold move. He has brought on Mateta for Schlupp, so a very attacking change for Crystal Palace. They now have 2 strikers, and I can see Eze has been given a lot of freedom to now push forward for Crystal Palace. Wolves, on the other hand, not so attacking. They brought on Boubacar Traore for Fabio Silva, and Kalajic, who has 2 goals in 2 games, is still on the bench. I don't know if he's got a knock, but he's fit enough to be on the bench, so maybe a bit too conservative from Gary O'Neill. Not really going for it. Perhaps he's happy with the 1-1. It would be an away draw for Wolves, so looks as if Gary O'Neill will take the 1-1, but Crystal Palace are going to push for the 2-1 win. 15 minutes left. Crystal Palace 1, Wolves 1.
Yeah, probably would be a decent point for Wolves, all things considered. Let's just have a look at the latest betting on that match for you, courtesy of NairaBet, subject to change, of course. Crystal Palace 3.60 for the win, and Wolves 6.50 for the win. At around about 4:20 this afternoon, we'll be joined by Ayo Alabi from NairaBet as we look at all the betting opportunities ahead of Arsenal against Manchester United, and also Union Berlin against RB Leipzig as well. Let's head back to Anfield, though, because I believe there's some substitution news coming in concerning Aston Villa. Kendall Rowan.
Yes, so Unai Emery is just doing everything he can here just to make sure that this game doesn't really get any worse. I think we've got 15 minutes left, and it doesn't look like that Villa are going to score 3 goals to get back into this game at all. So I think he's just doing damage limitation at this point. So he has taken Douglas Luiz off, and he's been replaced by their summer signing Yuri Tielemans from Leicester, and also striker Ollie Watkins, who really has had maybe one sniff of the ball today. He has also come off for John Duran, who has replaced him as well. Again, Liverpool have just had a really good chance, but unfortunately it just, for Mo Salah, didn't fall right. It went into the hands of Emi Martinez, and he kept it out, and it's now a corner to Liverpool. So we'll see if anything else happens in the last 15 minutes of this game. But it is 76 minutes gone here at Anfield this afternoon, and it is Liverpool 3 and Aston Villa 0.
Thanks very much to Kendall Rowan there, reporting for us here on Football Live as we just review yesterday's action in the Premier League, which of course we had covered for you here. Brighton 3, Newcastle 1. Evan Ferguson was the hat-trick hero, of course, yesterday for Brighton in their victory over a misfiring Newcastle. The 18-year-old put the Magpies to the sword to join the likes of Chris Bart-Williams, Robbie Fowler and Michael Owen to score a Premier League hat-trick before their 19th birthday. Great achievement. The Seagulls move up to 4th in the table. As I said, we had that match covered for you here on Football Live yesterday, and here is how Jack Hesson described the goal.
There's been another goal in the game at Brighton, and it's not getting any better for Newcastle United because Evan Ferguson has just completed his hat-trick. What an afternoon for the Irishman. Let's cross now to Jack. Jack, it's all happening since we've been with you. Evan Ferguson made it 2-0. It's now 3-0. He's got the hat-trick, but also tell us in between. A terrible miss from Anthony Gordon.
Well, I think we'll start there because it really should have been 2-1 before it was 3-0. Overlapping pass from Isaac. into Elliot Anderson, who was advancing towards the box. He plays it across to Anthony Gordon. He's got to at least hit the target, and it's such a poor shot that goes into the side net. And of course, Newcastle lose the ball in the middle of the park yet again today. The ball falls to Ferguson on the edge of the area. He decides to hit it with his left foot this time. It's going into the top right-hand corner, it looks like, perhaps, but it deflects and into the bottom left-hand corner. Nothing Pope could do about that one. It was a wicked deflection that sends it goalwards, but I think it was on target, so I think we'll give him that hatch. He's been excellent this afternoon. Newcastle certainly haven't. 71 minutes played. It's 3-3. Newcastle 0.
The goals, powered by NairaBet.
And a further goal to tell you about at Selhurst Park as we rejoin Jordan Okoli. And Jordan, I think you called this one.
Yes, I did indeed. It's a Berechi Eze with the goal. The goal that might be the winner. A Berechi Eze, I guess he got on the phone with Wilfred Zaha at half-time and asked him, how do you used to win those games for Crystal Palace? Because he might have just won it for Palace. The talisman, a Berechi Eze, with a fine goal. It was Ward who played a long ball into the substitute Mateta, and he did well to flick it onto a Berechi Eze. And the first touch was beautiful from Eze. He improvised and flicked the ball forwards into his path and then just slotted it past the goalkeeper. Great finish, great goal from Eze. That's his 17th shot. If you don't try the first time, try again. His 17th shot, he gets his first goal of the season, and in fact his 18th shot. So that's the lesson out there. Keep on trying, keep on shooting. You're gonna score, and Eze has scored in what could be the winner for Crystal Palace. So it's Crystal Palace 2 and Wolves 1.
Well, so we're set up for a brilliant finish at Selhurst Park. Palace now back in front once again. Eberechi Eze scoring his first goal of the new season. Crystal Palace leading 2-1. Liverpool still 3-0 up at home to Aston Villa. You're listening to Football Live here on Brila FM. In around about 15 minutes time or so, we'll be heading back to our colleagues in Nigeria for all of your phone-ins and social media comments as well. We just heard a few moments ago Jack Hesson and Barry Swain describing that third goal for Brighton at home to Newcastle yesterday in their 3-1 win. Just 18 years of age. What a fantastic future he has ahead of him. That's Evan Ferguson who netted that hat-trick. Let's hear now from the Seagulls striker following that match.
Yeah, it's a good day. Good day. I think the first one, I think it's sort of a striker's thing. You have to be ready. Bill, when he sees the ball from the edge of the box and it falls to him like that, you have to be ready. And luckily it fell to me and I could get it in. And yeah, I think we talked about it before. Sometimes in the first half I had a bit more time than I thought. So second half I thought, right, I'll get it and turn and try run at the defence and get a shot off. So then luckily went in and it all worked out in my head. And the third one, yeah, it was good just to get it in off the mark. And people are going to say it's a deflection, but we're going to count it.
Yeah, he was a real handful yesterday for the Magpies defenders. That's Evan Ferguson following his hat-trick for Brighton in that 3-1 win at home to Newcastle yesterday. Of course, also yesterday, Brentford 2, Bournemouth 2 at the G-Tech Community Stadium as Brian Mbeumo's dramatic late equaliser for Brentford denied Bournemouth a win. The match ending 2-2. The Bees remain undefeated this season. This is Football Live here on Brila FM. So just to recap, the two matches currently in progress in the Premier League. Crystal Palace now leading Wolves by 2-0 in that game. Palace, of course, going ahead through Odsonne Edouard in the 56th minute. That was cancelled out by an equaliser from Hwang in the 65th minute. And then just a few minutes ago, Eberechi Eze restoring Palace's lead to make it 2-1. And Liverpool still 3-0 up on Aston Villa at Anfield. Dominic Szoboszlai scoring after just a couple of minutes to give them the lead. Matty Cash, unfortunate for him, he put through his own net after scoring twice at the right end last week to make it 2-0. And Mo Salah adding a third for Liverpool in the 55th minute. And that's the way it stays at the moment. We'll be around the grounds for further updates from Selhurst Park and Anfield very, very shortly. But of course, the big match taking place at 4:30 this afternoon is at the Emirates Stadium. team news has come through. And as we build up and look ahead towards that match, we say a very good afternoon to Football Live reporter Molly Sumter.
Good afternoon, Chris. Good afternoon, everybody. Today's fixture is always a fiery affair, as both sides have been hit with injuries in defence. Luke Shaw and Rafael Varane both out for Manchester United, and Arsenal's Thomas Partey appears to have sustained a groin injury in training. This means a change at the back for Arsenal, so we see Zinchenko come in his place, as well as Gabriel joining the back four. Bukayo Saka remains up front alongside Nketiah and Martinelli for the Gunners, and will be looking to take advantage of the absence of Luke Shaw to continue his superb record against Manchester United, having netted in 3 consecutive meetings between the sides. Just one change for Manchester United, who can't seem to escape injuries at the moment, as Varane is replaced by Lindelof in the Red Devils' defence. Both sides conceded early in their respective matches last weekend. Man United, of course, finding themselves 2-0 down in the opening 4 minutes of their clash against Forest, and Arsenal going behind in the opening minute of their game. So today's match looks like it could be all to play for.
Thanks very much, Molly, and we'll be rejoining Molly a little bit later on here on Football Live on Brila FM. We have another goal at Selhurst Park.
The goals, powered by NairaBet.
And I think Crystal Palace are out of sight now because they have a 2-goal cushion with about 5 minutes of normal time remaining. It's Crystal Palace 3, Wolves 1, and it's Odsonne Edouard who scored his second goal of the game this afternoon in the 84th minute. Let's rejoin Jordan Okoli. We mentioned earlier on this afternoon that he hadn't scored too many in the last couple of seasons, Jordan, but he's done well this afternoon.
He's really done well this afternoon. That's his 3rd goal of the season. Probably one of the top goal scorers now in the Premier League behind Haaland. He's really doing well today, and it was a fine goal. Mateta, who got the assist for Berichi Eze's goal, gets the assist for this one. So great substitution from Roy Hodgson, bringing on Mateta, and an instant impact he's created. And he supplied Edouard, who still had a lot to do before putting in the back of the net. Great first 2 touches to get beyond the Wolves defender, Dawson it was. Slotted it beyond the goalkeeper. Jose Sarr couldn't even move because it was too far in the corner. It was a classy finish. It was the finish of a man that's been scoring goals like that throughout his career at Palace, but he really hasn't. But maybe today is the day that he turns the corner. Odsonne Edouard, man of the match performance for him so far, and Palace definitely out of sight. It's Palace 3, Wolves 1.
For the 3 points almost certainly going the way of Roy Hodgson's side this afternoon. Motherwell have taken the lead at Hearts. Callum Slattery opening his account this afternoon. It's Hearts 0, Motherwell 1. Let's just check in now with Rich Bond, who's covering our feature match in Spanish La Liga this afternoon. Mallorca against Athletic Bilbao. Any goal news from that game, Rich?
Not as yet, but Athletic are starting to put on the pressure onto the hosts. It's Mallorca 0, Athletic 0. I'm just about under half an hour on the clock here. They had their best chance of the game about 5 minutes ago, and the Williams brothers are starting to get more room on the ball in the offensive third. We've seen Mallorca really stifle their play and push them right back press with a high press, but Inaki Williams was the one who picked the ball up 25 yards out on the right-hand side. He made a nice bit of space really for the runner, for one of the strikers just to peel off, and then what we saw was Ohayan Sanchez really for the first time get into play. He ran into the box, took on his man, and lashed the shot just wide of the left-hand post. It was a decent effort, but probably should be hitting the target from there. But at the moment, no, half an hour on the clock. Mallorca 0, Athletic Club 0.
Latest betting news on that game, courtesy of NairaBet, subject to change. Of course, Mallorca 3.60 and Athletic Bilbao have just moved into 2.80. That's the latest betting news, courtesy of NairaBet. As I say, subject to change. Now a featured match in French League 1 this afternoon kicks off in about 20 minutes time or so. Nice against Strasbourg at the Allianz Riviera, and watching that match for us this afternoon here on Football Live. It's a very good afternoon to Cam Wilson.
Hello, Chris. How are you doing?
Very well.
For Nice, they finished 3 points above Strasbourg just 2 years ago, and we've seen a real change in Strasbourg. They went from out of nowhere, the dream story of them pushing for Europe, now to just surviving relegation as Liga reduced the title. But for the team changes, Marcin Bolka starts in goal with Schmeichel. obviously being released. We have the stable partnership of Todibo and Dante in defence. And looking to improve from his breakout season last year, Terem Moffi, the Nigerian superstar, starts up front. And then with Strasbourg, who have on to their best start of the season since the turn of the millennium, they go with a back line featuring Perrin, Niamasi and Silla, the Ivorian. One change into their 5-4-1 formation as Sissoko comes in, and then the Dutchman Omega leads the line.
And Cam, Patrick Vieira, of course, very well known to everybody in the UK and beyond. Now the head coach at Strasbourg. He's made a decent start, hasn't he, to the new season with 2 wins in that draw?
Yeah, absolutely. It's been a real success story at Strasbourg in Liga about how they could push for Europe, considering their budget is so much smaller. And, Patrick Vieira, what he's willing to do, he changes the tactics a lot now. Obviously, defensively, we see more of a 5-4-1, and then they come out and play really advanced with a 3-4-3. Seems to be working so well. They've obviously beat Lyon 2-1, and then narrowly lost to Monaco, who are always going to be one of the best teams in Liga. It should be a classic.
That's Cam Wilson, who's reporting on Nice against Strasbourg in French Ligue 1 this afternoon for Football Live. We're reaching full time in the Premier League. Let's head back to Anfield now. Liverpool against Aston Villa and rejoin Kendall Rowan.
Yes, we've only got a couple of minutes to go here at Anfield this afternoon, and Aston Villa, yeah, they're really chasing the game now. To be fair, they've probably had their most active moments in the last 5 minutes or so. John Duran, the substitute who came on for Ollie Watkins, looked really, really fresh. Him and Moussa Diaby seem to have a decent little bit of a partnership going on there, but unfortunately it has not resulted in any goals, and we are coming into the final minutes of the game right now. Liverpool have also just made another substitution, probably their last substitution of the game, and Alexis McAllister has had a decent game in midfield again today. He has been replaced by Endo, another one of Liverpool's summer signings. But as we come into the 90th minute here at Anfield this afternoon, it is Liverpool 3, Aston Villa 0.
Closing stages as well at Selhurst Park, Crystal Palace against Wolverhampton Wanderers. Let's rejoin Jordan Okoli.
Yes, Odsonne Edouard has just come off for Will Hughes, but he got a standing ovation for his performance today from the Palace fans. Fantastic performance from Odsonne Edouard. Great performance also from Mateta and Eberichieze. Wolves at this point, they're trying to throw the kitchen sink, but it's more like they're just throwing the tap at Crystal Palace. It's just not enough. They brought on Kalajic, but they're just not getting enough men forward, and that's the problem with Wolves. Just don't look like much of an attacking threat. They've got 6 minutes of injury time to possibly pull off a fight, but it looks like Crystal Palace are safe. It's Crystal Palace 3, Wolves 1.
And Jordan, this will be a really good result for Crystal Palace in what really has been a fairly good start to the season. Just looking on the previous results, they also, of course, won at Sheffield United on the opening day of the season, lost to Arsenal, picked up that point at Brentford as well. But beating Sheffield United, beating Wolves, we would think this afternoon as well. These are the sorts of games they should be winning really, and they could have a decent season ahead of them.
Definitely. To only lose to Arsenal this season is not bad at all. Only 1 loss this season, and only 3 losses since Roy Hodgson has been rejoined as Crystal Palace manager. So he really has turned things around at Palace. They're quietly doing some excellent work, Crystal Palace, and perhaps a team to look out for. Great stuff from Crystal Palace.
So Palace closing in on all 3 points at Selhurst Park, leading by 3-1. Liverpool 3, Aston Villa 0 is still the latest score from Anfield. We'll be back with Kendall Rowan and Jordan Okoli very, very shortly. Reminder, we'll be back with our colleagues in Nigeria in about 4 minutes' time or so. Let's head back to Palma for an update on Mallorca against Athletic Bilbao. Rich Bond.
Golden chance for Athletic, and it came to Nico Williams, and it was a lovely ball on the counter-attack played by the Atletico fullback Burchetti. He's used his pace then to sprint clear as Williams on the left-hand side, beating the defence, cut inside and tried to place it into the bottom right-hand corner, but he's put too much whip on it. It's just gone right wide of the post. Golden opportunity there missed. Head in hands moment there. So we're still goalless here. Mallorca 0, Athletic Bilbao 0.
Still goalless in that game. Then we're about 39 minutes away from kickoff. Arsenal against Manchester United. Going to hear now from the Arsenal boss, Mikel Arteta, looking ahead to that match this afternoon.
Well, that's what we want. Obviously, we know the history between the two clubs and the games that we had in the past as well. Last year was a really good example. So it's going to be an extremely competitive match, really a big battle on Sunday. And obviously, we want to come away from that with 3 points. I don't know. I think it's that early in the season. You know, we all want to win games. We want to play the best possible way, and that is not going to dictate. But obviously, it gives you momentum. It gives you belief. And before the international break, it's always very important to finish well, to win your game and go back now in September with another block of games before the next one with a high.
Arsenal head coach Mikel Arteta ahead of the clash with Manchester United this afternoon. Let's head back to Selhurst Park. I think Crystal Palace are looking to extend the lead still further in that game. Jordan Okoli.
I know they won't let off Wolves. You would really think that would be Wolves pushing forward, trying to make something of this match, give something for their fans. But if anyone's going to score another goal, it's going to be Crystal Palace. And Eberechi Eze almost got his second goal of the game. It was a really good save from Jose Sarr. He was twinkle toes in the box and this got his way through the defender, through Dawson, and his shot at the near post pulled off a good save from Jose Sarr. Could have been 2 for Eberechi Eze. Nigerians out there will be really listening to this thinking, if he played for us. But yeah, he's been excellent today as we approach the final whistle. Crystal Palace 3, Wolves 1.
Just seconds remaining at Anfield as well. Liverpool against Aston Villa. And this afternoon, this will be a very good win for Liverpool, won't it, Kendall Rowan, against a very good Aston Villa side?
Yes, absolutely fantastic. We're coming up to 30 seconds left of this game, and it is still Liverpool 3, Aston Villa 0. Really, Aston Villa for the majority of the game have not laid a glove on Liverpool at home today. It's been a really poor showing from them, but a fantastic one from Liverpool. But I know Aston Villa and Unai Emery, considering the high standards that he has, he will be really upset with how this game's gone down today, especially with that first half injury to another defensive player in Diego Carlos, when they've already lost Emi Buendia this season. They've already lost Tyrone Mings. Moreno's now out with a thigh injury, so they are going to be really, really on thin ice with their defensive players at the moment, Aston Villa, this season. But as we speak, it is the full-time whistle at Liverpool this afternoon, and it is finished Liverpool 3, Aston Villa 0.
Goal news from Selhurst Park.
The goals, powered by NairaBet.
And a very late goal in the very dying embers of the game. Wolves have pulled it back. It's now Crystal Palace 3, Wolverhampton Wanderers 2. But I would imagine that the ref pretty much has the whistle in his lips at the moment. But they've certainly made a game of it. They pulled it back, Wolverhampton Wanderers, but it could be too little too late. It's Crystal Palace 3, Wolves 2, Liverpool 3, Aston Villa 0. That is a final score for you from Anfield as we head back to the team in Nigeria for all of your social media comments on all the action that's taken place this afternoon and over the weekend in the Premier League and beyond. And we'll be back within around about 25 minutes or so here on Football Live.
You are listening to Football Live. Powered by NairaBet. Live and exclusive on Brila FM.
Sports Radio 88.9 Brila FM.
You are listening to Football Live. Live and exclusive on Brila FM.
Take Brila anywhere, everywhere.
Yes, you can take Brila with you anywhere, everywhere.
The Brila app is available for free download on Google Play. It is also there on the Apple iTunes Store. Yes, on Google Play and the Apple iTunes Store.
Look out for the Brila football and microphone logo with the letters BRILA in green colour.
That is our authentic app. It gives you Brila FM, Brila.net, BrilaSports.tv, and all the extra betting tips, live score, plus our Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, Google Plus, and YouTube posts.
Sports fun. You can post your videos and eyewitness reports.
Brila, B-R-I-L-A. Available for download on Google Play and the Apple iTunes Store.
Around the grounds, chasing the goals.
A goal that is going to blow open the title race in the Bundesliga.
Well, this wasn't supposed to happen. It's been an unbelievable day here on Football Live.
4 hours of football every Saturday and Sunday on Brila FM with Football Live.
Sports Radio 88.9 Brila FM.
You are listening to Football Live. Powered by NairaBet. Live and exclusive on Brila FM. You are listening to Football Live. Powered by NairaBet. Live and exclusive on Brila FM.
Sports Radio 88.9 Brila FM.
You are listening to Football Live. Live and exclusive on Brila FM.
Take Brila anywhere, everywhere.
Yes, you can take Brila with you anywhere, everywhere.
The Brila app is available for free download on Google Play. It is also there on the Apple iTunes Store. Yes, on Google Play and the Apple iTunes Store.
Look out for the Brila football and microphone logo with the letters BRILA in green colour.
That is our authentic app. It gives you Brila FM, Brila.net, Brilasports.tv, and all the extra betting tips, live score, plus our Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, Google Plus, and YouTube posts.
Sports fun. You can post your videos and eyewitness reports.
Brila, B-R-I-L-A. Available for download on Google Play and the Apple iTunes Store.
Around the grounds, chasing the goals.
A goal that is going to blow open the title race in the Bundesliga.
Well, this wasn't supposed to happen. It's been an unbelievable day here on Football Live.
4 hours of football every Saturday and Sunday on Brila FM with Football Live.
Sports Radio 88.9 Brila FM.
You are listening to Football Live. Powered by NairaBet. Live and exclusive on Brila FM. You are listening to Football Live. Powered by NairaBet. With Chris Baldwin.
And indeed, welcome back to Football Live with you through until 6:40 this evening. We're building up, of course, to the big match taking place, kicking off in about 9 minutes' time or so now. Arsenal taking on Manchester United at the Emirates. In case you've only just joined us or you weren't aware, earlier on today, Liverpool knocked 3 past Aston Villa in a 3-0 win. And in the other earlier kickoff in the Premier League, it ended Crystal Palace 3, Wolves 1. Molly Sumter will be our reporter at the Emirates this afternoon, covering that big clash between the old adversaries, Arsenal against Manchester United. We'll be hearing from Eric Ten Hag, hopefully very, very shortly. But first of all, let's welcome once again to Football Live, Ayo Elabi from NairaBet. Good afternoon, Ayo.
Good afternoon. How are you today?
Yeah, I'm great. Thanks. Been a great afternoon already with the 2 results that we've already had. As always, a pleasure to have you on Football Live. Now, the third of the Premier League fixtures kicking off in about 8 minutes' time. Always a match to savour, this one, Ayo, as these old adversaries meet again at the Emirates. Some real flashpoints down the years between these two clubs. Fergie versus Wenger, Keown against Van Nistelrooy, Vieira versus Keane as well, and probably throw Gary Neville into the mix as well. What are your thoughts in terms of betting opportunities with NairaBet ahead of this clash?
It's a big game. It's a huge game in the Barclays Premier League today, this afternoon, as you said, kicking off in 8 minutes' time. Before the team news were released just about an hour ago, Arsenal were 1.95 and United were 4.00. But now, since the team news got released, Arsenal are now 1.75 and United are 4.20. A draw is at 4.33. Clearly, the bookmakers fancy that Arsenal 11 more than the Man United 11, especially when you see players like Martial who haven't fulfilled their potentials starting in that game. Diego Dallo, who is normally a right back, starting at left back. And of course, still no chance, no Amrabat or Reguilon in the team. So it's a bit of a lopsided 11. No Varane as well for Manchester United. Lindelof, who is an able deputy, in my opinion, playing in that game. But the bookmakers obviously think Arsenal are now more favourites even before the team news were released. If you think Arsenal are going to win comfortably or United will score goals, over 2.5 goals in this game is 1.50. Under 2.5 goals is 2.70. I think there will be goals. I think there will be over 4 goals in this game. So I'm going to be playing in the market of over 4.5 goals, which is 3.60 with NairaBet. For double chance, Arsenal or a draw is 1.22, while Man United or a draw is 2.00. I think that's a cracking price. You're basically doubling your money if United win or draw. That means you've got 2 chances of landing a result. That's 2.00. But either Arsenal or Man United to win is 1.22. Correct scoreline market is quite interesting and it's changing by the minute. Arsenal to win 1-0 at 11.00. United to win 1-0 at 17.00. I think there'll be more than 1 goal, so I wouldn't be playing in that market. Over 4 goals, as I said. So it's going to be 3-2 for me, 4-0, 4-1, 3-1, something like that. And those markets, United to win 3-1 at a mammoth 29.00. If you fancy the result of last season, Arsenal winning 3-2, that's 17.00. While United to win 3-2 is 26.00. In the goal scorer market, we have to score the first goal in this game, just bear with me, it's just a bit slow. To score the first goal, Martin Odegaard is 9.00, while Marcus Rashford, who was 4.55 the last game, is 7.50. I don't tend to go for main strikers in these bets because their odds are usually too short. Saka, for instance, is educated at 7.00. Bukayo Saka is 8.00 to be the first goal scorer. Anthony Martial is 10.00. I think if anybody's going to score in this game first, it's going to be like a defender I would want to go with someone like Ben White at 51.00 or even a Casemiro at 20.00. So, but I will be going for Man United to win in this game. And that's a big price, 4.20. I think United are going to break their curse of not winning away from any of the big nine, except one last season. They didn't win away to any of the big nine last season. I think they're going to correct that today. And the midfield is looking more secured. Mount is out injured because he was imbalanced with them. And now Eriksen, who is the most stable person but lacks legs, but can control things in the midfield. I think United will do them today.
That's interesting, AO, because Arsenal, they've won 4 of their last 5 home matches in the Premier League against United. So you're going for a United win at 4.20.
I'm going for United win at 4. It's not 4.33, mind you. It's changing by the minute. 4.33, and Arsenal are getting shorter. They're now 1.73. I think United will do them today. I think it will be like when I say smash and grab, I mean a game where Arsenal will have a lot of the ball, not necessarily in terms of scoreline, this smash and grab. They will have a lot of the ball, and United will just be very clinical. 4.33, Man United to win at 3-1 for me.
Okay, AO, and you're going for over 4.5 goals as well. And incidentally,
over 4.00, sorry.
4.0, right. And incidentally, there's only been one goalless match in the last 20 competitive encounters between these two sides. Now, very briefly, AO, just turning to the German Bundesliga, a fascinating encounter on the cards between Union Berlin and Leipzig as well. That gets underway in about 3 minutes. Union Berlin looking to maintain their 100% record, and they're a club that just keeps improving season upon season.
Absolutely. And Stuttgart, Leipzig suffered a reverse in their last game. But I think they're going to put that right now. They're favorites to win this game, Leipzig. And they are, RB Leipzig at 2.10 to win the game. Union Berlin at 3.50, the home team. And a draw is at 3.60. If you think it's going to be a goal fest, which I don't think, I think it will be a case of 1-0 or, something like that. And that will be 12.00. For the draw in 90 minutes is 3.00, but for the game to end 1-0 is 10.00. And that's the market. If I was to play in this game, but this is a market I will not be playing in. But if I was to play, I'll be going for 1-0 draw at 10.00.
That's great. AO, as ever, thanks very much for joining us on Football Live this afternoon, and hopefully we'll see you again same time, same place in 2 weeks' time after the international break.
International break. All right, take care. Bye.
Cheers, AO. That's AO Alabi from Nairabet with his predictions this afternoon. Go for a United win this afternoon. Right, we are about 2 minutes or so away from kickoff at the Emirates. We're going to hear now from the Manchester United boss, Erik ten Hag, ahead of this afternoon's clash.
It's one of the biggest games in the Premier League, and how we're really looking forward, of course, that fight, and really always interesting games, intense games. I think it's very two teams who really play offensive football, the right intentions, I would say. The audience is always the big winner of that game, so yeah, really looking forward to have that game.
That's the Manchester United head coach, Erik ten Hag, looking ahead to the clash at the Emirates with Manchester United, which gets underway in the next 60 seconds or so. Let's cross over to our reporter, Molly Sumter, who's across that match for us here on Football Live. And always a match to savour, this one, Molly.
Definitely, Chris. It's always a fiery affair between these two sides, especially since these two sides have been riddled with injury, particularly in the defence as of recent times. Obviously, Manchester United without Varane and Luke Shaw, and Arsenal today without Thomas Partey, who did pick up an injury during training the other day. I think it's a great opportunity for Arsenal to be extremely offensive. Great chances for Nketiah and Martinelli to really attack that weakened Manchester United defence, who we know have got a mistake in them at the best of times, but so do Arsenal. I think they've only had 3 clean sheets of their last 14 games, so it's definitely all to play for. Manchester United definitely have their own attacking forces with the likes of Rashford, Martial, Anthony. Even though the fans aren't quite behind Anthony on that right-hand side, he is still very capable of picking up some goals, so it is definitely looking to be a tasty one today, Chris.
Yes, we normally get plenty of goals between these two sides, certainly in recent games, Molly. You probably heard him a few minutes ago, Ayo Alabi from Narabet, going for a Manchester United win this afternoon. Would you concur with that?
It's a really tough one to call, and I think either side has a win or a loss in them. You know, would never have expected Man United to be down 2 goals last week against Forest, and similarly wouldn't have really expected Arsenal to draw with Fulham last week. So I don't think I can quite call which way this is going, but given the home advantage, maybe still a bit of a lift from last season and how well they did, you could potentially tip this towards Arsenal.
Thanks very much, Molly. That's Molly Sumter, who's covering Arsenal against Manchester United at the Emirates. They're up and running there with just over a minute played in that game. Currently goalless. Incidentally, you have to go back to January 2019, the last time United won at the Emirates. That was in an FA Cup 4th round tie. I think it was 3-1 on that occasion. Any developments from that game, you will hear them first here on Football Live on Brila FM. Chris Baldwin here with you through until 6:40 with the best coverage of this Sunday afternoon and evening's football. Plenty of action taking place for you as well, which we've got covered in the top European leagues as well, not least of all in the German Bundesliga as well. Union Berlin taking on RB Leipzig. They're just about underway in that game as well. And watching that for us this afternoon, it's a very good afternoon to Michael Jeffries.
Cheers, Chris. It's more or less the lineup we'd expect. Kevin Bullens and Kevin Buren starting up front. But it's Robin Gosens that I'm really excited about. He got 2 goals in his last game. That was his debut, so there's only more to come from him. Aronson is still banned after a 21-minute red card in Berlin's game last week. And despite being an injury risk, David Fofana starts for Berlin. But still no Leonardo Bonucci after his shock move there just recently. Leipzig, meanwhile, still have Yusuf Poulsen up front for Denmark. And I'm watching out for Danny Olmo, who will certainly cause him some problems.
Thanks very much there to Michael Jeffries, who's across Union Berlin against RB Leipzig in the Bundesliga. Let's get an update now from our feature match that we've been covering this afternoon in La Liga. Any goals yet? Rich Bond, Mallorca against Athletic Bilbao.
No goals as of yet. We've got about an hour on the clock. It's Mallorca 0, Atletico Bilbao 0. And the home side, though, has come the closest, surprisingly. Despite Bilbao dominating possession for large periods and having the better chances, it came 5 minutes into the second half. The Bilbao defence still asleep from half-time. There's a lovely little ball from Sergei Data, played over the top of the Bilbao defence. On run, Vedrad Muriqi. He run through, sprinted through, tried to cut onto his better foot, but he smashed an effort just wide of the post. Then minutes later, they had another opportunity, the same two combining, again over the top, and Muriqi this time has put the ball into the back of the net. The goal was disallowed for offside. Mallorca, you can say they've had their chances this afternoon, but Bilbao look the more likely of this game to perhaps maybe get the winner. We shall see, though. Half an hour to play. Mallorca 0, Athletic Bilbao 0.
Thanks very much, Rich. Earlier on today, Girona moved up to second in the table after a win over Parma. As I say, second in the table now, undefeated this season from their opening 4 matches. Of course, yesterday in La Liga, Real made it 4 wins from 4, thanks to Jude Bellingham with a late winner deep into time added on as the Spanish Giants return to the Santiago Bernabeu, of course, after the recent developments there at the stadium. Bellingham, top scorer now in La Liga with 5 for the campaign. Real opening up that 5-point lead, but that's been cut to 2 points following Girona's win against Las Palmas this afternoon. Incidentally, this evening's match between Athletic Madrid and Sevilla has been postponed. So Atletico Madrid against Sevilla postponed due to heavy rain. Barcelona in action in an 8 o'clock kickoff tonight at Osasuna. That's all matters La Liga. We've also got action for you as well from French League 1. Still remains goalless, by the way, at the Emirates. Arsenal 0, Manchester United 0 with 5 minutes played. Molly Sumter will be giving us an update very, very shortly. Let's head back to Cam Wilson now at Nice against Strasbourg. And I think we're still awaiting our first goal in that game as well.
Yeah, there's been a few chances for Nice. They've been pushing. Turan Moffat with the best chance of the game. He takes the ball on the edge of the box, nutmegs Gilbey, makes him look silly, but then takes it on his weaker foot, his left foot, trying to go near post. That's the complete wrong choice. Could have opened up on the right-hand side and bended it round, but he chose against it. And for the battle of the Patrick Vieira's former club, for Strasbourg, they've not really been involved. They've had a couple half chances, some good balls into the box, but not finding anyone. And they're not really going to score the way they're playing. They're trying to soak in pressure and reap on the counter-attack. Yeah, still 0-0, 30 minutes in.
Thanks very much, Cam. So still goalless there in French League. Let's head back to the Emirates and now rejoin Molly Sumter. And Molly, who's making the early running in the opening minutes here?
Arsenal are definitely the team who have hit the ground running here. I think you can feel the home advantage, the fans really getting behind them. Martinelli and Nketiah are already linking up on that left-hand side and proving to be an extremely dangerous duo, something that Manchester United are really going to have to keep an eye out for this afternoon. They're oozing confidence, Arsenal, really pushing high to the Manchester United defence. A few moments ago, really struggling to get the ball away from Onana outfield because the Arsenal line is just so high at the moment. The players really look like they know what they're doing. Manchester United haven't quite found their feet in this game yet, but hopefully it should get more on level terms as the game goes on. We're 6 minutes in, it's Arsenal 0, Manchester United 0.
Great atmosphere there at the Emirates this afternoon between those two old rivals. Earlier on today, of course, Liverpool beat Aston Villa by 3-0 at Anfield. Jurgen Klopp's side getting off to a great start with an early goal in the 3rd minute from Dominic Szoboszlai. That made it 1-0. Matty Cash put through his own net to make it 2-0 to Liverpool after just 22 minutes. And then Mo Salah, lots of speculation, of course, around his future in recent days. He added a 3rd in the 55th minute. That's the way it stood. And in the other early kickoff in the Premier League, 5 goals between Crystal Palace and Wolverhampton Wanderers. You wouldn't have expected that before the start of play, but that's how it finished. Crystal Palace 3, Wolves 2. Palace taking the lead through Odsonne Edouard in the 56th minute. That was cancelled out by an equaliser from Wang in the 65th minute. Palace restoring their lead, making it 2-1 through Eberechi Eze. And then it was Odsonne Edouard who scored his 2nd of the game to put the game beyond Wolves, who got a late consolation goal courtesy of Matthias Cunha. And that's the way it ended at Selhurst Park. Just looking at the standings in the Premier League, Manchester City at the top, 2 points clear of Tottenham, of course, following that 5-1 win at home to Fulham yesterday in controversial circumstances as well. And then Tottenham, Liverpool and West Ham all on 10 points as it stands, with Brighton a point further back in 5th. And at the other end of the table, of course, all of these 3 sides were in action on Saturday and Friday. Burnley rooted to the foot of the table at the moment, still without a point. So too Luton as well. And Everton, of course, picked up their first point and their first goals of the season yesterday with that hard-fought 2-2 draw against Sheffield United at Bramall Lane. Elsewhere, let's give you a few other latest scores in the Scottish Premiership. I can tell you Hibs have now leading at Aberdeen by 2-0. They've just scored a 2nd there. So it's now Aberdeen 0, Hibernian 2. In fact, it's rather Aberdeen 0, Hibs 1, I should say. Aberdeen 0, Hibs 1. That's the latest score with about 12 minutes remaining there. And Motherwell still leading at Hearts by 1-0. Callum Slattery's first half goal, the difference between the two sides. But Motherwell have been reduced to 10 men in that game following the sending off of Paul McGinn. In the German Bundesliga, a result from earlier on today, Frankfurt 1, Cologne 1. Remains goalless in our feature match between Union Berlin and Leipzig, still 0-0 there. In Spanish La Liga, still goalless between Mallorca and Athletic Bilbao, as you just heard a few minutes ago from Football Live reporter Rich Bond. And a few final scores to give you in French League 1 from this afternoon. Toulouse 2, Clermont 2. Le Havre 3, Lorient 0, Lille 1, Montpellier 0, Metz 2, Reims 2. And currently goalless in our featured match with about 10 minutes of the first half remaining between Nice and Strasbourg. Just looking at the standings in Ligue 1. Monaco at the top of the table at the moment. Of course, they took advantage, didn't they, this weekend of Marseille dropping 2 points. They comfortably beat Lens last night by 3-0. Great start to the season for them under their new coach, Adi Hütter. PSG play this evening as they travel to Lyon. Pretty inauspicious start, really, for Luis Enrique's side. Of course, Luis Enrique taking over the helm in the summer. And although they've been unbeaten this season, PSG, they've only picked up 5 points thus far after 3 matches. That kicks off at 7:45 this afternoon. Let's continue with our roundup of the results from around Europe in the Dutch Eredivisie. Utrecht 1, Feyenoord 5, Volendam 0, Twente 2, Sittard 0, Ajax 0, and at half-time it's Vitesse 0, Alkmaar 0. And in the Belgian Jupiler Pro League, a result from earlier on today, Ghent 2, Club Brugge 1, and it's currently Royal Union 1, Antwerp 2, with about 9 minutes or so to go in that match. In the Scottish Premiership, Motherwell, or rather Hibs, I should say, have in fact added a second goal in that game. They now lead by 2-0. Adam Lafondra, who's been around for a long, long time, scoring the second goal for Hibs there. Of course, earlier on today, Celtic won the Old Firm derby at Ibrox, beating Rangers by 1-0. Kyogo Furuhashi with a goal deep into first half injury time. A controversial match as well. Rangers having a couple of goals disallowed. They had one disallowed after the first minute, and then another one halfway through the first half following a VAR decision. But the bragging rights go the way of Celtic following that win against their Old Firm rivals this afternoon. And just looking at the standings in the Scottish Premiership, Celtic on top with 10 points by goal difference from Motherwell. Of course, Motherwell are currently 1 up at Hearts at the moment. So that's how the standings look there. Right, let's head back now to the Emirates. Let's get an update on Arsenal against Manchester United. Arsenal did make the early running in that game. Are Manchester United making any inroads? Let's cross over now to Molly Sumpter.
I think it's fair to say that Man United have found their feet a little bit more in this game, but Arsenal are definitely still on the front foot. There are times when Arsenal look like they're playing around Manchester United, with Manchester United looking a bit short of ideas at the moment, whereas Arsenal, with all of the creative forces they've got, with the likes of Odegaard, Rice, Saka, Martinelli, Havertz even as well, they're looking like they're definitely more likely to create something at the moment. They've had a couple of dangerous attacks, like we said. Martinelli and Nketiah linking up very well down that left-hand side. Nothing come to a goal just yet, but it could be coming very, very shortly. It's 12 minutes on the clock. Arsenal 0, Manchester United 0.
So it remains goalless at the Emirates. Let's head back to our feature match taking place in La Liga this afternoon. And I think we've come pretty close to a goal in that game. Rich Bond.
Yeah, Athletic knocking the door now. We've got 70 minutes on the clock. It's still Mallorca 0, Atletico Bilbao 0. But the substitute Iker Muniain, who was once dubbed the Spanish Messi, apparently, he's run onto a lovely little ball through by Nico Williams. And he's done a delicate little chip. It's just gone over the keeper, and it's just bounced off the top of the crossbar. He's head in his hands a little bit. It would have been an absolute belter of a goal if it had gone in. But you're coming closer, Athletic. I fancy them for the winner at the moment. They look the most likely. But yeah, about 20 minutes to go. Mallorca 0, Atletico Bilbao 0.
You are listening to Football Live. Live and exclusive on Brila FM.
The Premier League, the Bundesliga, Serie A, La Liga.
4 hours of football every Saturday and Sunday on Brila FM with Football Live.
You are listening to Football Live on Brila FM 88.9 and 101.1 FM.
Sports Radio 88.9 Brila FM.
Here is what's coming up on Football Live.
Next weekend is an international break. Football Live will be back in 2 weeks' time, live and exclusive on Brila FM. With Everton against Arsenal. Premier League action with Josh Bailey. If you're betting on sports this week, why not make your money go further? Sign up to NairaBet for 11 days of risk-free betting. If your bet loses, you will get your stake back as a free bet up to 2,000 Naira. All you need to do is register a new account with NairaBet today and qualify to get up to 22,000 Naira in free bets. Visit www.nairabet.com/bonus for more information. General and free bet terms apply. Must be over 18. Must be KYC approved. Must place a qualifying bet. Bets must include football, tennis or basketball markets. Please gamble responsibly.
You are listening to Football Live on Brila FM.
Take Brila anywhere, everywhere.
Yes, you can take Brila with you anywhere, everywhere.
The Brila app is available for free download on Google Play. It is also there on the Apple iTunes Store. Yes, on Google Play and the Apple iTunes Store.
Look out for the Brila football and microphone logo with the letters BRILA in green colour.
That is our authentic app. It gives you Brila FM, Brila.net, BrilaSports.tv and all the extra betting tips, live score, plus our Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, Google Plus and YouTube posts.
Sports fun. You can post your videos and eyewitness reports.
Brila, B-R-I-L-A. Available for download on Google Play and the Apple iTunes Store.
Let's get back to the action on Football Live. You are listening to Football Live, powered by NairaBet, with Chris Baldwin.
Welcome back to Football Live. It's still goalless at the Emirates. Arsenal 0, Manchester United 0. We'll be crossing back to Molly Sumter once again very, very shortly. Of course, we will be back in 2 weeks' time due to the international break. Plenty of matches to look forward to in a couple of weeks' time here on Football Live on Saturday, the 16th of September. Josh Bailey, your host. West Ham against Manchester City. That should be a cracker. Manchester United taking on Brighton at Old Trafford. Tottenham host Sheffield United. Fulham against Luton Town at Craven Cottage. Aston Villa taking on Crystal Palace. And Everton against Arsenal at Goodison Park is the early evening kickoff. So plenty of Premier League matches coming up the next time we're with you in a couple of weeks' time. As I said, Josh Bailey will be your host on a Saturday, the 16th of September. But of course, it is the international break next weekend with the European Championship qualifiers. Scotland in action away to Cyprus on Friday. That's this coming Friday. Scotland going very well, of course, at the moment in their qualifying group, Group A, having won all 4 of their matches so far. England, of course, play on Saturday in Poland against Ukraine. England, of course, also with that 100% record as well. And then on Monday, Wales go to Latvia. Wales with just one victory so far and struggling to qualify for the finals next year in Germany. So that's the, of course, the European Championship qualifiers taking place next weekend. But we will be back on Saturday, the 16th of September here on Football Live. Let's just turn back to matters taking place right now at the Emirates Stadium, of course. Arsenal against Manchester United. Let's rejoin Molly Sumter.
It's definitely Arsenal who are getting closer and closer to a goal here, Chris. Martinelli really providing those set pieces, driving down the left-hand side and whipping the balls in. Dalot has had a lot of defensive duties to do at the back post, but the best chance they've had so far was from a corner. Saka sent it in, and Rice has managed to jump up higher than the United defence and get ahead to it. It's a pretty clean contact, but he sends it over the bar. He really should be finding the back of the net with that. It's very, very, very close for him. Arsenal thinking they should be 1-0 up here. It's about 19 minutes gone. It's still Arsenal 0, Manchester United 0.
So Arsenal's big summer signing from West Ham going very, very close there. Let's head now to the Allianz Riviera. In fact, rather, let's go to the Stadion an der Alten Forsterei as Union Berlin host RB Leipzig. And an update now from Michael Jeffries.
Yeah, it's end-to-end stuff here. Volland getting an opportunity, a header, narrowly saved by the keeper, and then right back up the other end, Poulsen with a long shot is narrowly tipped over the bar. Both teams really going at it. It's an exciting game, and it's really picking up now.
And just a word on Union Berlin, Michael, because once again, it's been a blistering start to the season for them, hasn't it? They having opened up the season with 2 wins from 2, scoring 8 in the process as well. They improve year on year, as we know. Do you think that they can mount a serious challenge for the title this season in the Bundesliga?
I think both teams are serious contenders for Champions League, but with the energy that they're providing in this game, I don't see why not. At the moment, it's 0-0, and I feel like there's more goals coming in this one.
Yeah, of course, the Champions League draw, which took place on Thursday. Union Berlin drawn with Napoli, Real Madrid and Braga in the group stages. And Leipzig drawn with defending champions Manchester City, Red Star Belgrade and Young Boys. We'll be going through just recapping the full draws for both the Champions League and the Europa League a little bit later on in the show here on Football Live. Coverage, of course, from French League 1 this afternoon. Our featured match is at the Allianz Riviera. Let's get an update on Nice against Strasbourg with Cam Wilson.
Yeah, we had the best chance of the game. Plays a lovely long ball and finds Laborde on the edge of the box. He hits it sweet on the volley, but it's straight down Sace's path. He makes one of the best saves you'll see. It's so brave. He gets out so big, and he takes the ball right on the chest in the volley, and then just clears it away. But that's been it. If any chance, any goal was going to happen, it's only going to come from Nice. Strasbourg, they've been so poor in the final third. Diarra plays one of the best balls you'll ever see. A 50-yard pass to Amiga, who takes one awful first touch. It was embarrassing. And just lets Todibo sweep away. And I know I mentioned they were stable, but they've just looked so confident. It's been so easy for them. It's still 0-0, 45 minutes in.
Thanks very much there to Cam Wilson. Let's head over to Palma now for an update in our Spanish League match that we are covering. In fact, before we get there, I can tell you there is goal news coming from the Allianz Riviera.
The goals, powered by NairaBet.
And just as we left Cam Wilson there, I can tell you that Nice have opened the scoring. They've broken the deadlock. It's now Nice 1, Strasbourg 0. Unbeaten this season, of course, Nice. Still looking for their first win. They were roundly booed off following the goalless draw at home to Lyon last weekend. Let's top and tail news of that goal with Cam Wilson. Cam.
It's absolutely brilliant from Atal. He goes down the right wing, cuts back onto his left foot, and he curls it right around Sace, leaving him no chance. He's given Nice the lead, and it's a beautiful goal. He takes responsibility. He deserves the goal. He makes it all himself. He commits to players, and it's an amazing goal. And he jumps right into his manager, who's loving it. Just to see a player play with that heart, responsibility. It's 1-0, 45 minutes in.
So they're approaching the half-time interval there. Let's head back, of course, to the big game at the Emirates. Arsenal against Manchester United. Any further opportunities created in that game, Molly?
Maybe not goal opportunities here, but it is definitely turning into a tasty match. There's been a few fouls breaking up the play. Saka left a leg in on Dalot, who was just about to go off with it down the left-hand side for United. But Anthony Taylor stopped the game quite late on, actually. Dalot was fine in the end, but I think it's more to get that discipline into the players. You can see how much this game means to both of the sides and how important it is for both of them. I know it's so early on in the season, but these points may prove to be extremely vital for both sides, especially Manchester United, who haven't quite got going with their season yet. But there's been a few fouls here and there around the pitch, but all the players really getting stuck into this game. Has settled down a little bit more. Manchester United managing to get a little bit more possession under their belt, but I think still you would put your money on Arsenal at this point to be the first goal scorers. It's Arsenal 0 and United 0.
As we just focus on Arsenal for a second or two, Molly, unbeaten this season, of course, after their opening 3 Premier League matches, but it's been a really stuttering start to the campaign for them, hasn't it? And that draw at home to Fulham, of course, last week as well, not convincing so far.
No, I think when you saw Arsenal from last season, they played with such confidence and, you know, especially leading up just before that kind of final stretch of the season, you really would have, you know, there was a lot of faith in them to have won the league essentially. And last week, as you said, was the first time they've dropped points with that last-minute equaliser at Fulham. But I think when you look at Arsenal as a club, they've only scored 2 goals from open play so far this season. So like you said, I don't think they've really got going with the same kind of pace and intensity that they had last season. Maybe it's beginning of the season nerves, maybe a bit of pressure from last season with how much they had to live up to given how well they did. But we might see them get going in the next couple of weeks, and I definitely think the display they've put on in the first 25 minutes here shows more of the Arsenal that we saw from last season. Very creative, very attacking, and looking to make things happen. So I think they will get going eventually, but maybe it's been a bit of a shaky start for them.
Do you think they may be carrying that disappointment from last season into this season, Molly? Because let's face it, I mean, they didn't end up handing the title really to City.
I think definitely. I think if you're an Arsenal fan, if you're an Arsenal player, you're going to be looking back at the end of that season and thinking, you know, we really should have won that. They had it all on a plate for them, and obviously in the last kind of final stretch of that season weren't able to capitalise, and as you said, in theory did hand it to City. So there's got to be an element of disappointment, and there's going to be an element of pressure to kind of make up to the fans for what they missed out on last season. But I think all these players, though it is a young squad, they should be able to get it back into it and not let that pressure and the disappointment affect their play too much.
That's Molly Sumter reporting on Arsenal against Manchester United. We'll be going around the other grounds very, very shortly, listening to Football Live here on Brila FM, right the way with you through until 6:40 this evening. So much action to look forward to still between now and then. And there is goal news coming through from the Emirates.
The goals, powered by NairaBet.
As always happens here, just as we leave our reporter, someone's hit the back of the net. Let's rejoin Molly Sumter.
Well, just as we've been talking about Arsenal and how much they've been on the front foot in this game, it's Manchester United who have taken the lead in the opening half of this match. It's come out of nowhere, really. Marcus Rashford has gone on a superb run down the middle, and it's an excellent goal from him. He's cut in just inside and managed to curl it round onto the right post, and it's just been knocked in off of that post. Ramsdale is never getting there. It is a superb strike from their number 10. It's Arsenal 0, Manchester United 1.
Marcus Rashford with his first goal of the season, then to give Manchester United the lead there at the Emirates. You just suspect this is going to be an absolute classic potentially between these two sides. Still a very long way to go, and I can tell you we have further goal news coming in from North London.
The goals, powered by NairaBet.
Absolutely incredible. No sooner does Marcus Rashford go down one end to give Erik ten Hag's side the lead, Arsenal have gone back down the other end and they've equalised. Martin Odegaard has scored to make it 1 apiece at the Emirates. Wow, breathtaking stuff already in the opening 45 minutes at the Emirates. Back with Molly very, very shortly to colour in all the details of that equalising goal for Arsenal. In fact, let's head there now. Molly, incredible start to this game.
Oh, God, it's been back and forth. You would not have called it from the opening 20 minutes, but it is a superbly worked goal from Arsenal. We said at the beginning how much of an impact Martinelli has been having on this game and how much he's been feeding through, and it's him who finds Odegaard in the middle left completely open. He's screaming out for it, and really, Manchester United, somebody needs to have picked him up. Knowing his talent and his ability to shoot from just outside the box, you really need to find him, and he's perfectly done it. He's found the bottom right-hand corner of the United goal. You could say Onana's been a bit slow there, but the power behind that ball from Odegaard, you'd be very, very lucky to get it as a keeper. they're doing amazingly. I think this is just going to give Arsenal that boost, and it's come exactly at the right time, just after that United goal, to give them that lift, because they did look extremely deflated after that United goal went in. So we could be on for an absolutely brilliant game here, Chris. It's Arsenal 1, Man United 1.
Yeah, absolutely incredible. Great response there from the Gunners then. Arsenal 1, Manchester United 1, now the latest from the Emirates. Of course, you were speaking with Ayo Alabi from Nairabet a little bit earlier on, just before kick-off. And I mentioned the fact that we've only had one goalless match between these two sides in their last 20 competitive encounters. Make that 21 now. Back with Molly very, very shortly for further updates there from the Emirates. Let's head back to all matters taking place in the German Bundesliga. Union Berlin against Leipzig. There's been a yellow card in that game for Michael Jeffries to tell us about.
Yes, Henriks has got a yellow for Leipzig for a nasty challenge on the edge of the area, but the free kick has not been utilised, and it is Leipzig who are looking far more threatening. They have the majority of possession, the most attacks, and Poulsen is looking electric. It just needs to be that little touch of magic. But for now, it's Union Berlin 0, Leipzig 0.
As we continue to go around Europe, let's just check back in now with Rich Bond for our feature match. We're covering La Liga, Mallorca against Athletic Bilbao. We're closing in on full time there and still no signs of a breakthrough, Rich.
It's not by lack of chances. Mallorca 0, Atletico Bilbao 0 with about 3 minutes and a bit of stoppage time on the clock to go. Mallorca had two really glorious chances against the run of play. Bilbao have dominated the match with possession and they've looked the more likely, but they've fallen asleep again at the back. And it's one of those kind of games where one goal will win sort of these kind of matches. And Madriki's had a couple of chances today he really should have put away. The ball came in from the left-hand side, played, he's chested down, he's just tried to take an extra too many touches on the ball, and the defender's just got round to kind of half get a block in as he's taking his shot, and it's just deflected wide. The second chance then, ball from the right-hand side from the substitute Lamelas, who's just come on now. He's whipped the ball in, come on Madriki's head, it's gone straight into the keeper's arms. Those are the kind of the chances that win matches. They haven't done it today. Up the other end, Munyin come close for Bilbao, but still no sign of a goal. But we still got plenty of time left here with, say, about 5 minutes. I think we're going to have a bit of stoppage time, so we did have a bit of an injury break. But Mallorca 0, Atletico Bilbao 0.
Thanks very much, Rich. It remains Arsenal 1, Manchester United 1 at the Emirates into the 32nd minute in that game. Half-time whistle has gone in Ligue 1. Nice against Strasbourg. Did Nice carry that lead into the break? Cam Wilson.
Yeah, absolutely. There was only a couple of minutes left after the goal, obviously being just after the 45. And Strasbourg haven't yet got a shot on target. If you're going to play on the counter-attack, you've got to hit hard on the break. You've got to get numbers forward. It can't be Morega alone isolated. He's been really poor. His touch hasn't been there. And every time, Strasbourg want to get a man forward. Todibo or Dante, they just nick it back and Nice can dominate the ball. They've had, over 70% of the ball. It's been far too easy for them. Patrick Vieira will have to make some changes, whether it's a formation change or just bringing on a few new fresh players, because Strasbourg have been so poor, and it doesn't really show that they've had the best start in their club's history since the tournament. You're not seeing that. You see Nice just dominate them, and it looks so easy. It's 1-0 at half-time.
So Nice, a goal to the good at half-time. A reminder that PSG are in action later on this evening as they travel to Lyon in a 7:45 kickoff. You're listening to Football Live here on Brila FM. Of course, as I mentioned earlier, the Champions League and Europa League draws were completed earlier in the week. As far as the Champions League goes, of course, it's the first Champions League group stage draw in 20 years without Lionel Messi and Cristiano Ronaldo. 20 years, quite incredible. And it threw up some fascinating groups as well. Manchester United drawn with Harry Kane's Bayern Munich. A replay, of course, of the famous 1999 Champions League final at the Camp Nou. That was United's treble-winning season as well, wasn't it? Of course, as FC Copenhagen and Galatasaray also in Group A as well. In Group F, well, that has been unsurprisingly dubbed the Group of Death. Newcastle back in the Champions League group stages for the first time in 20 years. Face PSG, Borussia Dortmund and Milan. Some great trips to the continent of Europe lined up then for the Toon Army. Defending champions Manchester City facing trips to RB Leipzig, Red Star Belgrade and Young Boys as well. The expect Pep Guardiola's side to progress through relatively comfortably from Group G. Last season's Premier League runners-up Arsenal back in the Champions League, of course, for the first time in 7 seasons, joining Group B with Sevilla, PSV and Lens. And Scottish champions Celtic, they will be looking to progress beyond the group stages for the first time since the 2012-2013 campaign as they meet Feyenoord, Atletico Madrid and Lazio in Group E. Celtic, of course, who beat their old firm rivals Rangers earlier on in the first Old Firm derby of the season by 1-0 earlier on this afternoon. Match day 1 gets underway on the 19th and 20th of September, and the Champions League final at Wembley Stadium on the 1st of June 2024. As far as the Europa League draw, of course, goes, that was made on Friday. Brighton, of course, in Europe for the first time ever in their history. And what a group they've been allocated as well. European champions, 2 former European champions, in fact, in Ajax and Marseille, joining Brighton in Group B, along with AEK Athens as well. Europa Conference champions West Ham in Group A, along with Olympiacos, Freiburg and Serbian outfit TSC Baka Topola. Liverpool, of course, in Europe's second tier competition for the first time since 2017. They face LASK of Austria, Union Saint-Gilloise of the Belgian Jupiler Pro League and Toulouse. And Rangers, who lost their Champions League qualifying tie with PSV in midweek, they drop into the Europa League. They face Real Betis, Sparta Prague and Cypriot champions Aris Limassol in Group C. That is how the Europa League draw panned out a couple of days ago. You're listening to Football Live here on Brila FM. Let's just check back in now with Molly Sumter at the Emirates. Arsenal against Manchester United, and is it still a match that's evenly poised, Molly?
Definitely one that is still all to play for both sides. Both teams seem to be playing very hit them on the break kind of football, and if you remember the tie from last year, it's almost a bit reminiscent of that, with Rashford putting Man United in front quite quickly and then Arsenal providing that immediate response. It does seem, though, that both teams are getting more equal chances, whereas it was very much Arsenal's game in the opening 15-20 minutes. Man United have managed to get themselves back in this and shown that they are a team that needs to be feared, particularly on the break, especially with the names that they have. Despite the injuries that both teams have got, the defence is looking fairly steady for both sides, but definitely both of them have a mistake in them. And as this game goes on, potentially frustrations build. It could become a very, very tasty draw. It's still Arsenal 1, Man United 1.
Molly, can we just have a very quick word on Kai Havertz? Obviously in the starting lineup again this afternoon. It was an interesting move, wasn't it, really, to sign the midfielder from Chelsea in the summer, and he's already coming for some criticism from the Arsenal supporters.
Yeah, I think he is somebody that was an odd choice for Arsenal, but I also think he wasn't quite suited to Chelsea. I don't think he was really feeling the way that they were playing, particularly last season. It would be a struggle for any players in that team to get behind Chelsea. And I don't know, I think we're still yet to see how he really slots into this Arsenal team. He hasn't been too much in this game so far, but I think he definitely could prove to be an important force in that midfield. But there is definitely going to be a lot of competition. They have a lot of attacking midfielders, Arsenal, and a lot of midfielders who can create goals. So I think he will really need to work hard to get his name not only on the score sheet, but also recognised as a first teamer for Arsenal.
And one of those attacking midfielders who could be on his way out, Emil Smith-Rowe, reportedly turning down an approach from Chelsea last week. But at some point, it may be the case that he's on his way out from the Emirates.
Well, I think it will be a hard one for Arsenal. I know he is a fan favourite, but I think you've got to look at this Arsenal team, and if you're not getting your minutes in, which it is a very competitive team to get yourself into because of the the vast quality they have in the team and the talent that they have. I think as a footballer, at the end of the day, if you're not getting those minutes in, it's time to look somewhere else. I think maybe somewhere else could be the answer for Emil Smith-Rowe, but I think we've got to see whether he starts to get that game time back in here at Arsenal first.
Thanks very much, Molly Sumter, reporting on Arsenal against Manchester United at the Emirates. It remains 1-1 there as we close in on full time, at half time rather. Sorry, still plenty of football to be played in that game. Just a reminder, of course, we'll be back with our colleagues in Nigeria in around about 15 minutes time or so for all of your comments on the action that's taking place this weekend, and of course all the action that's currently taking place at the Emirates Stadium. Let's just wrap up a few final scores from you from the rest of the top leagues around Europe. Aberdeen 0, Hibs 2 is how it ended there. Hearts 0, Motherwell 1. Motherwell rather were reduced to 10 men in that game, but it's a win that takes them level on points with Celtic on 10 points. Both of those sides unbeaten this season. Celtic, of course, beating Rangers earlier on in the high noon kickoff at Ibrox. In the German Bundesliga, Frankfurt 1, Cologne 1 is how it ended earlier on today. It's still goalless in our featured match, Union Berlin against Leipzig. Into La Liga, nearly full time in Palma, Mallorca against Atletico Madrid. In fact, I can tell you they have reached full time there. We'll be getting a full time report very shortly from Rich Bond. In French Ligue 1, Toulouse 2, Clermont 2, Le Havre 3, Lorient 0, Lille 1, Montpellier 0, Metz 2, Reims 2. And Nice leading Strasbourg by 1-0. They've just restarted that match. Lyon at home to PSG in a 7:45 kickoff this evening. Into the Dutch Eredivisie, Utrecht 1, Feyenoord 5, Volendam 0, Twente 2, Sittard 0, Ajax 0. And it's currently Vitesse 0, Alkmaar 1 into the 67th minute of that game. In fact, I can tell you that Alkmaar have now extended their lead just a minute ago. They now lead by 2-0. Vangelis Pavlidis scoring his second goal of the game there for Alkmaar. So Vitesse 0, Alkmaar 2. And finally, in the Belgian Jupiler Pro League, a couple of final scores for you from today's action. Ghent 2, Club Brugge 1, and Royal Union 2, Antwerp 2. So it finished all level in that game. So it has all finished in Palma then in Spanish La Liga. Mallorca against Athletic Bilbao with a full-time report. Here's Rich Bond.
Yes, it's Real Mallorca 0, Atletico Bilbao 0 here at Estadio Mallorca. It would be a heavily competitive game between two sides evenly matched on the day. Bilbao had the better of the play at times, but it would lack both creativity and a cutting edge at times. Nico Williams and Nico Munier coming close for the visitors, with Munier in the second half hitting the bar with a lovely little clipped effort. But Mallorca, with such a strong home record in the league last year and into this one too, would be really strong at the back and frugal in defence. Astutely, their play was brilliant at times, really, to marshal out the 0-0 draw. They haven't won a game this season, but they probably should have won the match in the end, with several gilt-edged chances missed on the counter-attack in the second half particularly. Athletic, though, will take a point and be, as they move up to 5th place in the table temporarily on 7 points, in what has been a strong start for Ernesto Valverde's side. As for Mallorca, it's still no win as of yet. They're only on 2 points and lie precariously close to the La Liga relegation zone. But they have started like this in the previous 2 seasons, so I don't think the alarm bells will be quite ringing there yet. But on as even today, it's Real Mallorca 0, Atletico Bilbao 0.
Thanks very much to Rich Bond covering that match for us this afternoon here on Football Live. It's still Arsenal 1, Manchester United 1 as we approach half-time. Further report coming up very shortly from Molly Sumter. Just looking at La Liga, just looking at the table. Real Madrid, of course, top of the table with that 100% record as it stands. Of course, Jude Bellingham on the score sheet once again yesterday for the Spanish Giants. After, of course, they won yesterday beating Getafe by 2-1. Girona in second place in La Liga. They won earlier on today at home to Las Palmas. 3 wins and a draw now for Girona. In third place, Atletico Madrid. Of course, their match has been postponed. They were due to play this evening at home to Sevilla, but that match has been postponed due to heavy rain, so it will not go ahead. Barcelona currently in fourth spot. They play this evening. They face a visit to Osasuna. That's all matters La Liga. Let's head back to the Emirates now, because we are approaching half-time. Arsenal against Manchester United. Do you think both managers will be satisfied going in level at the break? Molly Sumter.
Well, I think Arteta might be feeling a slight bit of disappointment to be on level terms here, if I'm being honest. His team have put on the better display and have proven to have the better chances in this opening half. I think it's just not being able to get that clinical finishing at the end. But you have to give credit as well to the Manchester United defence, who, like we said at the beginning, are missing some key figures back there. But they are holding very strong and shutting down these Arsenal chances as and where they can. As I keep saying, Martinelli proving to be an incredibly important figure down that left-hand side for Arsenal, really providing a lot of chances for them in this opening 45 minutes. I think it's left to be seen whether they'll go into this half-time level, because there are plenty of chances coming left, right and centre for both sides at the moment, but it is definitely going to be a good second half. It's Arsenal 1, Manchester United 1.
Match that is on a knife edge at the moment, but still one apiece at the Emirates. 5 minutes or so into the second half in our featured match in Ligue 1, Nice against Strasbourg. Let's get an update on that game now from the Allianz Riviera from Cam Wilson.
I mentioned earlier about Strasbourg. They needed to come out the break strong, and it's been so poor. Perrin does a back pass to the keeper, and he slips and clears it away for a throw-on, just right next to the corner flag. It's embarrassing. It's so poor. Patrick Vieira really needs to make some changes, because these players look so out of it. Nice look like prime Barcelona right now. They're just dominating the ball, making it so easy for themselves. And they've had a few chances, iffy chances getting into the box, but still 1-0, 50 minutes in.
Still 1-0 then to Nice. You're listening to Football Live here on Brila FM, 17 minutes past 5 o'clock on this Sunday afternoon. Plenty of goals around in the Premier League this weekend. Of course, Luton Town losing at home to West Ham on Friday evening. Luton's first ever match, Premier League match, that is, at the newly developed Kenilworth Road. It's a £10 million redevelopment programme to meet broadcaster requirements. A night that ended in disappointment in the end for the Hatters, despite that late goal. West Ham, of course, coming away with all 3 points, courtesy of goals from Jared Bowen and Kurt Zouma. Bowen with 3 now for the season, as West Ham's impressive start to the season continues. Luton, of course, still in search of their first ever Premier League point. Manchester City routing Fulham in the end 5-1 yesterday. Of course, Erling Haaland sealing a memorable week, scoring a second-half hat-trick against Marco Silva's men a few days after he was named PFA Player of the Year. It's now 6 for the season for the Norwegian, who's looking ominous again, isn't he, this season? A win that, of course, took them back to the top of the Premier League table. And, of course, it was also a fourth booking for Marco Silva as well. He's been booked in each of Fulham's 4 matches so far played this season. And it was all over that second goal, of course, which was a highly contentious one scored by Nathan Ake. Silva now 2 bookings away from a touchline ban. As for Tottenham, Son Heung-min, of course, with that hat-trick yesterday, his 4th Premier League hat-trick in his Premier League career, as Tottenham won by 5-2. Let's hear now from the Spurs player following that hat-trick yesterday at Turf Moor.
Look, I mean, it was fantastic performance from the players, from group of players, because it is difficult place, and especially away from when you go down after 10 minutes, it is really difficult. But I think as of today, we show that we have a great character and then great players that we can turn around. Obviously, it is a good lesson that we should start stronger in the first 10 minutes. But look, I mean, we are very happy to score 5 goals here and then get us 3 points.
Yeah, that's Son Heung-min, of course, who scored that hat-trick yesterday at Turf Moor in Tottenham's 5-2 win. And, of course, it's a really good start to the season for Ange Postecoglou's side as well, who, of course, are unbeaten so far this campaign. Currently second in the table with 3 wins and a draw, 2 points behind Premier League leaders Manchester City. The halftime whistle has gone at the Emirates Stadium. Let's rejoin Molly Sumter.
Yeah, I think blink and you would have missed it, because no sooner did Marcus Rashford find the back of the net against the run of play, to be fair, Martin Odegaard went up the other end and did just the same for Arsenal. Like we said earlier, reminiscent of this exact tie last season. Some brilliant chances being created by Arsenal. Martinelli really proving to be a standout here. Of course, he set up that Odegaard goal. I think there's been 6 shots for Arsenal in these opening 45 minutes compared to Man United's 3, but they have proven to be a bit more clinical with their shots, Manchester United, as I believe Arsenal have only had 1 on target, which would have been that goal. However, Rice and Nketiah, obviously Odegaard as well, all of them getting in on that attacking action, all of them having a go at goal. So it seems like Arsenal have got plenty of options from where they could find another goal in the second half. I do feel that Man United will be feeling the away deficit ever so slightly, as the crowd have really been getting behind the Gunners, has been forcing a few silly mistakes from the Manchester United back line. Martinez misplacing a few passes here and there, and they're really the kind of things that you do not want to be gifting Arsenal, because like we said, with all of those attacking forces, they're bound to find the back of the net somewhere. I think if you looked at the opening 45 minutes, you would be tipping Arsenal to take this tie, but against the run of play, Rashford managed to find the back of the net as well. So I really don't think this is one we're going to be able to call. It's been a brilliant opening 45 minutes, and I can't wait to see the next. It's Arsenal 1, Manchester United 1.
Yeah, really looking forward to the second half there, but it's all level at the break at the Emirates. Halftime whistle has also gone in our feature match in the German Bundesliga. Union Berlin against RB Leipzig. Is Michael Jeffries.
Yeah, it's a curious one, this one, because both teams in their last game scored 4 goals or more, and yet the game has been static, stale. It's been dogfighting in the midfield and no quality really up front. I think whoever brings the magic in the second half easily dominates the next 45 minutes. But for now, it's Union Berlin 0, Leipzig 0.
Yeah, that's, I think, was always going to be a very tightly contested affair at the Stadion an der Alten Försterei, but it's currently goalless between Union Berlin and RB Leipzig. Earlier on today, of course, there was plenty of Premier League action. Liverpool remain unbeaten in the Premier League this season following a 3-0 win at home to Aston Villa. They hit the ground running with a goal in the 3rd minute from Dominic Szoboszlai. They added to that courtesy of a Matty Cash own goal in the 22nd minute, and then Mo Salah 10 minutes into the second half, adding a 3rd, and that's the way it stood. Mo Salah, of course, who's been in the news, as we know, in the last few days. Plenty of speculation around his future following that £150 million bid, eye-watering amounts from Al Ittihad, which was, of course, turned down by Liverpool. But, of course, the Saudi Pro League transfer window doesn't close until the 20th of September. We'll wait and see what develops there. Elsewhere, of course, in the earlier Premier League match at Selhurst Park, Crystal Palace beat Wolves by 3-2 after a goalless first half. Odsonne Edouard opened the scoring with a goal in the 56th minute for Palace. That was cancelled out with an equaliser from Wang Eberici Eze, restoring Palace's lead 12 minutes from time, and then Odsonne Edouard adding a 3rd for his 2nd goal of the match and the season to make it 3-1 before Mateus Cunha scored a late consolation goal for Wolves. So it ended 3-2 there to Crystal Palace. And of course, at half-time at the Emirates, Arsenal 1, Manchester United 1, as we just heard there from Molly Sumter. 2 goals in the space of barely a minute, with Marcus Rashford scoring his first goal of the campaign to give United the lead. but that was cancelled out with Martin Odegaard's equaliser just a minute or so later. That's the way it stands. Arsenal 1, Manchester United 1. We will, of course, be across the whole of the second half for you of that game here on Football Live on Brila FM. And, of course, we'll be keeping tabs on the other two matches that we're currently covering as well. Union Berlin against RB Leipzig in the Bundesliga, and Nice against Strasbourg in League 1. But right now, we've reached that time of the programme. Once again, when you head you back over to our colleagues in Nigeria, it will be FJ and the team for all of your social media comments. Great game at the moment at the Emirates, FJ.
You are listening to Football Live. Powered by NairaBet. Live and exclusive on Brila FM.
Sports Radio 88.9 Brila FM.
You are listening to Football Live. Live and exclusive on Brila FM.
Take Brila anywhere, everywhere.
Yes, you can take Brila with you anywhere, everywhere.
The Brila app is available for free download on Google Play. It is also there on the Apple iTunes Store. Yes, on Google Play and the Apple iTunes Store.
Look out for the Brila football and microphone logo with the letters BRILA in green colour.
That is our authentic app. It gives you Brila FM, Brila.net, Brilasports.tv, and all the extra betting tips, live score, plus our Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, Google Plus, and YouTube posts.
Sports fun. You can post your videos and eyewitness reports.
Brila, B-R-I-L-A. Available for download on Google Play and the Apple iTunes Store.
Around the grounds, chasing the goals.
A goal that is going to blow open the title race in the Bundesliga.
Well, this wasn't supposed to happen. It's been an unbelievable day here on Football Live.
4 hours of football every Saturday and Sunday on Brila FM with Football Live.
Sports Radio 88.9 Brila FM.
You are listening to Football Live. Powered by NairaBet. Live and exclusive on Brila FM. You are listening to Football Live, powered by NairaBet, with Chris Baldwin.
Yes, indeed. Welcome back to Football Live. Thanks to our colleagues in Nigeria. It is 5:38 on this Sunday evening. Arsenal against Manchester United. The second half just about underway. I think they're 4 minutes or so into the second half. Let's get an update on the early exchanges after the restart with our reporter Molly Sumter.
I think both teams have come out for this second half a little bit calmer than the kind of intensity of the first half, knowing what both teams are now capable of in terms of, you know, attacking threat and being able to go up the other end and score a goal straight away like we saw in that first half. I think both teams are going to play it slightly more safe for this opening 15 minutes. That's how it looks anyway. Arsenal at the moment just handling the possession, passing it around, being patient with their play, just trying to build something up at the moment. Nobody really busting a gut to get a goal in these opening kind of 5 minutes of the second half. I think what's important to know is not to just focus on the outfield players. Having a look at some of the stats at half time, Onana actually made 30 successful passes in that first half, which is incredible, and it's more than all but 4 of David De Gea's games. I think he's been a really important figure to assist that Man United back line in the opening 45 minutes. I think we will definitely see that continued into this second half, which could be something that Arsenal do need to worry about. Obviously, we've mentioned a few times about the weakened defence of both sides with injuries and having various players out. So I think Onana is doing a great job of assisting that Man United defence in just, you know, getting a few passes around here or there to be able to help them get the ball out of defence when Arsenal are on the attack. It's 48 minutes gone. It's Arsenal 1, Man United 1.
The goals, powered by NairaBet.
And the deadlock has been broken in our feature match in the German Bundesliga. It's now Union Berlin 0, RB Leipzig 1. We'll be crossing over to our reporter Michael Jeffries very shortly for details of that goal. But Union Berlin, of course, going into this match with a 100% record, having won their opening 2 games, trailing at home to Leipzig by a goal to 0. As I said, back with Michael Jeffries to see who scored that goal for Leipzig very, very shortly. So we have an opening goal there. Let's very shortly, we're going to be heading over to the Allianz Riviera. That's our feature match in Ligue 1. Nice against Strasbourg. There's been a further goal in that game.
The goals, powered by NairaBet.
And Nice have doubled their advantage. It's now Nice 2, Strasbourg 0. It's been a fairly inauspicious start to the season for Nice. They're looking for their first win of the season, and at the moment, it appears as though they are heading towards all 3 points. Terem Moffi, the Nigerian, has scored a second goal there for Nice, who now lead Strasbourg by 2 goals to 0. Let's head back to Michael Jeffries for news of that goal for Leipzig at Union Berlin.
This is the magic we've been waiting for. Henrik cuts it back to Poulsen on the edge of the area and a beautiful curled shot into the top corner. This is what we've been waiting for this whole game, and now you can see Union Berlin just scrappily trying to get something back into the game. Fofana took a wild shot over the bar. It's getting scrappy again, but it looks like Leipzig have a lot more composure and a lot more focus going into this half. But now it is Union Berlin 0, Leipzig 1.
Into the 9th minute of the second half there as we cross back to the Allianz Riviera for news of that second goal for Nice. Here's Cam Wilson.
Yes, it's Moffi. He makes it 2-0. He decides the game is brilliant. He had a chance earlier in the start of the second half, which is the exact same. He gets down the channel and just dinks it over the keeper. For the first time, it's the bar, but this time he's making no mistake. After one lovely ball from Todibo, a 50-yard curling pass finds the running Moffi, who just beats his man and just dinks it into the bottom left corner. Brilliant goal. 2-0, 78 minutes in.
And just a word, in fact, on Terem Moffi, in fact, Cam, because last season he only made 16 appearances for Nice, but he scored 6 times on that occasion. Pretty good goal-scoring record in the previous few seasons when he was playing for Lorient as well. So he'll be glad to get up and running this season.
Yeah, absolutely. He'll want to make a return. Obviously, he was on loan last season at Nice. He came in the January period, and now he's been signed on the permanent. He's really wanted to get firing this season, and he's been brilliant today. Strasbourg have been anonymous, and he's showing more to his game than what we saw last season, where it's his dribbling ability is really coming out, and that's what he'll want to do, to add to more goals to his tally.
Thanks very much, Cam. So Terem Moffi has doubled Nice's advantage there. They now lead Strasbourg by 2-0. You're listening to Football Live on this Sunday evening on Brila FM. Chris Baldwin here with you in the hot seat all the way through until 6:40. So we have around about just under an hour's left of an hour or so of the program left. Of course, we are not here with you next weekend. We have a 2-week break because of the international break next week, of course, with the European Championship qualifiers. England in action on Saturday in Poland as they play Ukraine, looking for a 5th straight win in Group C. Scotland in action on Friday night when they travel to Cyprus, also looking to maintain their 100% record in Group A. And Wales playing a week tomorrow on the Monday with an away trip to Latvia, who have lost all 3 of their opening matches in their Euro qualifiers so far. That's all taking place next weekend, of course. So, as I said, we will be back the following weekend. That will take us to, the 16th of September. Plenty of action to look forward to on that Saturday afternoon on Football Live. Josh Bailey will be keeping you company then, as we look forward to West Ham against Manchester City. Both of those sides going into that game unbeaten this season. West Ham, of course, have made a really positive start to the new campaign, especially after their abysmal start last season. Of course, 3 wins from 4 in their opening 4 fixtures in the Premier League so far this season. Manchester United at home to Brighton at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. Spurs face Sheffield United. We also have Fulham against Luton Town. Luton looking, of course, for their first points in the Premier League this season. Aston Villa at home to Crystal Palace. And then in the evening, Everton host Arsenal at Goodison Park. Other matches to look forward to around the top European leagues on that Saturday when we rejoin you again. Inter against Milan at the San Siro in Serie A. That kicks off at 5 o'clock on Saturday, the 16th of September. So much to look forward to that Saturday. And of course, we'll be returning again the following day on Sunday, the 17th of September. Barry Swain will be guiding you through all the action that afternoon as Chelsea travel to Bournemouth. Newcastle take on Brentford at St James's Park as well, and plenty of other top European football to look forward to that afternoon. That's all coming up in 2 weeks' time here on Football Live. Let's head back to the Emirates Stadium. The match is very finely poised at the moment. Arsenal against Manchester United. I believe the visitors have had a chance in that game in the last few seconds. Here's Molly Sumter.
Yeah, Man United have definitely picked up the pace here, looking to create more chances and looking a lot more clinical when they get into the box. It was Bruno Fernandes who slipped a pass through to Martial, who was on a perfectly timed run. It was a really tight angle and he was just denied by Aaron Ramsdale, but it was a really, really good chance for the visitors, who are piling the pressure onto Arsenal now. I think they're definitely going to be feeling it and definitely feeling the effects of Manchester United, who, whilst haven't had the best season so far, definitely can find those goals and have got stars who will be able to create a goal. So I think Arsenal will be shaking a little bit, but we'll definitely have to see how the rest of this half pans out. It's 56 minutes gone. It's Arsenal 1, Man United 1.
Approaching the hour mark in that game. Plenty of goals this weekend, of course, in the Premier League. Not too many at Stamford Bridge yesterday, but Chelsea's woes continue. Substitute Anthony Elanga scored his first Premier League goal following his move from Manchester United in the summer. Taiwo Awoniyi, of course, with the assist as well yesterday. Forest with only their second away win in the Premier League since they returned to the top flight a couple of seasons ago. Poch with his work cut out. Here is the Chelsea head coach following that defeat at home to Forest.
Today, I think we create chances. I think we dominate the game, but on the end, we were not clinical enough. In the last third, we should score if you want to win, and make one mistake and we concede a goal. Yes, disappointed. I'm not frustrated, but disappointed because yes, in this type of process, always you need some lag in some situation. I'm not going to take credit to Nottingham Forest because we knew how they are should play, but I think yes, we were not clinical in both areas. I think we made a mistake and we conceded, and then we create too many opportunities and we dominate. We didn't score, and when you score, it's difficult to win games.
Yeah, not clinical enough in front of goal, according to Maurizio Pochettino. Chelsea going down 1-0 at home to Nottingham Forest yesterday. Of course. And of course, as for Brighton, well, it was another win. They notched up another win yesterday afternoon in the late kickoff when they beat Newcastle 3-1. Evan Ferguson was the hat-trick hero at the tender age of just 18 years, Ferguson. It moves the Seagulls up to 4th in the table. Here is the Brighton striker following his hat-trick against the Magpies.
Yeah, it's a good day. Good day. I think the first one, I think it's sort of a striker's thing. You have to be ready. Bill, when he sees the ball from the edge of the box and it falls to him like that, you have to be ready. And luckily, it fell to me and I could get it in. And yeah, I think we talked about it before. Sometimes in the first half, I had a bit more time than I thought. So second half, I thought, right, I'll get it and turn and try to run at the defence and get a shot off. So then luckily, went in and it all worked out in my head. And the third one, yeah, it was good just to get it in off the mark, and people are going to say it's a deflection, but we're going to count it.
Evan Ferguson on his hat-trick for Brighton yesterday. A pivotal moment at the Emirates. Potentially, Arsenal have been awarded a penalty, which has gone to VAR. We'll hear very shortly from Molly Sumter all about that. Aaron Wan-Bissaka committing the foul inside the 18-yard box. But the referee will be checking VAR. So we will update you as to what happens there at the Emirates. It's still currently Arsenal 1, Manchester United 1. Both of those goals, of course, in the first half within the space of a minute. Marcus Rashford putting United ahead. And that was cancelled out by Martin Odegaard's equaliser. But Arsenal with a penalty. However, it's gone to the screen. The referee is checking, and in fact I can tell you no penalty. So VAR has come into play. The penalty has not been awarded. We'll tie up all the loose ends there very shortly from Molly Sumter. In fact, let's cross over to Molly right now. Molly, can you describe what's happened there at the Emirates?
Well, it's Kai Havertz who's gone on a run into the box, and initially when I saw the foul drawn, I was like, that is absolutely a penalty. Wan-Bissaka's got the wrong side of him, and it looks like he just tries to step across him, leaves a leg in. But on the replay, he doesn't actually make any contact with Kai Havertz whatsoever. It's a dive from the Arsenal man, and Man United fans will be very thankful that got checked, because that absolutely is not a penalty upon second review. That is awful, to be honest, from the Arsenal midfielder. He's taken what he can get really there, but that's never a penalty. So VAR has done the right thing there, but it could have been a very close call and probably a wake-up call for Wan-Bissaka that any closer and he might have drawn a penalty for his side. But as it stands, it's 61 minutes gone. Arsenal 1, Man United 1.
So VAR coming to the rescue of Manchester United there. Of course, plenty of controversy as ever. We wouldn't have a weekend of Premier League football without some VAR controversy, of course, following Manchester City's second goal at home to Fulham yesterday, scored by Nathan Ake, which by all accounts really should have been chalked off, shouldn't it? Marco Silva, of course, none too happy with that decision. Very frustrated at the decision of the officials, venting his anger and, of course, subsequently receiving a booking for it as well. But VAR cancelling out that Arsenal appeal for a penalty. United fans breathe a huge sigh of relief, and it remains Arsenal 1, Manchester United 1 at the Emirates. Let's head back to the Bundesliga. Union Berlin against RB Leipzig for an update on developments in that game. Let's hear from Michael Jeffries.
Olsen finds himself in another goal-scoring opportunity, very similar to the one he scored from, but it's a very loose touch, and he lets the ball slip away, and then he's down on the ground, and it'll be a really sore loss for Leipzig at the moment, but we'll see if he gets back up. He's been taken off the pitch at the moment, and he was the magic that got the goal. It'll be interesting to see what happens to the game if he is substituted off. At the moment, it is Union Berlin 0, Leipzig 1.
So we will get details from Michael Jeffries concerning that injury to Mohamed Simakan just as soon as we possibly can. It remains Union Berlin 0, Leipzig 1. I can tell you that there's some news coming through from that match. Union Berlin have been reduced to 10 men. Kevin Volland has been given a red card for dissent, I believe. So Union Berlin really up against it now. We'll get news of that. In fact, let's head back to Michael right now. Michael, Union Berlin down to 10 men, trailing 1-0. It doesn't look too good.
Yeah, it's going from bad to worse for them. It was a nasty challenge that led to this huddle around an injured Leipzig player. But then Volland has been sent off for dissent. And already you can see the Union Berlin players scrapping now to try and figure out what they do with their formation. They're already struggling. They're kind of clashing heads now with the Leipzig players. Their heads are really loose at the moment, and it really is just going bad for worse. Somebody needs to come on and really put some structure back into the side if they have any chance of getting an equaliser. At the moment, Union Berlin 0, Leipzig 1.
You are listening to Football Live. Live and exclusive on Brila FM.
The Premier League, the Bundesliga, Serie A, La Liga.
4 hours of football every Saturday and Sunday on Brila FM with Football Live.
You are listening to Football Live on Brila FM 88.9 and 101.1 FM.
Sports Radio 88.9 Brila FM.
Here is what's coming up on Football Live.
Next weekend is an international break. Football Live will be back in 2 weeks' time, live and exclusive on Brila FM. With Everton against Arsenal. Premier League action with Josh Bailey. If you're betting on sports this week, why not make your money go further? Sign up to NairaBet for 11 days of risk-free betting. If your bet loses, you will get your stake back as a free bet up to 2,000 Naira. All you need to do is register a new account with NairaBet today and qualify to get up to 22,000 Naira in free bets. Visit www.nairabet.com/bonus for more information. General and free bet terms apply. Must be over 18. Must be KYC approved. Must place a qualifying bet. Bet must include football, tennis or basketball markets. Please gamble responsibly. You are listening to Football Live. Powered by NairaBet. Live and exclusive on Brila FM.
Take Brila anywhere, everywhere.
Yes, you can take Brila with you anywhere, everywhere.
The Brila app is available for free download on Google Play. It is also there on the Apple iTunes Store. Yes, on Google Play and the Apple iTunes Store.
Look out for the Brila football and microphone logo with the letters BRILA in green colour.
That is our authentic app. It gives you Brila FM, Brila.net, BrilaSports.tv, and all the extra betting tips, live score, plus our Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, Google Plus, and YouTube posts.
Sports fun. You can post your videos and eyewitness reports.
Brila, B-R-I-L-A. Available for download on Google Play and the Apple iTunes Store.
are listening to Football Live on Brila FM.
Let's get back to the action on Football Live. You are listening to Football Live, powered by NairaBet, with Chris Baldwin.
And welcome back to Football Live, and let's get back to the action taking place at the Emirates Stadium. I think we've had a third booking in that game, and plenty of substitution news as well. Molly Sumter.
Yeah, it was Martinez who's just picked up a yellow card for a really, really silly tackle. He didn't need to commit the tackle at all. I think that left half of Manchester United's defence on a yellow card, which is never good going into the closing 45 minutes of a game. I think it was just a tackle that came from frustration, but he has been taken off the pitch, Martinez, and a shock substitution, bringing on Harry Maguire in his place. So he joins the Manchester United backline. Obviously, that's been a very controversial player for Man United this season, having taken away his captaincy and rumours of him going elsewhere. But they've also brought on their summer star signing, Rasmus Højlund, for Anthony Martial. Now, we've seen what this guy can do. We've seen the show reels, and let's see if he can put it into play here, because he is exactly the kind of player that I think this game needs for Manchester United to get that goal, put themselves back in front and potentially seal this game. As it stands, it's 70 minutes on the clock. It's Arsenal 1, Manchester United 1.
Thanks very much, Molly. Right, let's head back to the Allianz Riviera for an update on Nice against Strasbourg. They're approaching full time there. Cameron Wilson. And a few little technical glitches there. Hopefully we'll be catching up with Cam Wilson very, very shortly. Nice still leading Strasbourg by 2-0 there. They're in the fourth minute of time added on at the end of that game. So we'll probably cross over to Cam for a full-time report very shortly here on Football Live. It's exactly 6 o'clock on this Sunday evening. We're with you through until 6:40 this evening as we continue to cover Arsenal against Manchester United. We're across that game for the whole of the second half here on Football Live. And as I say, back with Cam Wilson very shortly for an update on Nice against Strasbourg. And of course, Molly will be giving us further updates. Arsenal against Manchester United. Let's just recap some final scores for you here on Football Live from matters that have taken place today. Of course, in the Premier League, in the early kickoffs, Liverpool beat Aston Villa by 3-0 with goals from Dominic Szoboszlai, a Matty Cash own goal, and Mo Salah scoring the third. Crystal Palace beating Wolves 3-2 at Selhurst Park. A couple of goals for Odsonne Edouard. Eberici Eze also on the score sheet. Wang and Cunha replying for Wolves. Arsenal 1, Manchester United 1. Of course, the latest score from the Emirates with a shade under 20 minutes remaining in that game. In the Scottish Premiership, Rangers 0, Celtic 1. That was the result from the noon kickoff. The Old Firm derby, the first of the season. Kyogo Furahashi's first half goal was enough to take the points home for Celtic. And a couple of other results for you from the Scottish Premiership from earlier on today. Aberdeen 0, Hibs 2, and Hearts 0, Motherwell 1. Celtic and Hearts level on points at the top of the table. Of course, on 10 points, Celtic top of the table by virtue of their better goal difference. In the German Bundesliga, a result from earlier on today, Frankfurt 1, Cologne 1. RB Leipzig, of course, still 1-0 up away at Union Berlin with about 16 minutes remaining there. Union Berlin reduced to 10 men, of course. Just looking at the table in the Bundesliga as it stands at the moment, Leverkusen at the top with maintaining that 100% record, of course, with a 5-1 thrashing of newly promoted Darmstadt at the Bay Arena yesterday. Victor Boniface scoring a brace. It's now 4 for the Nigerian this season. Stuttgart continuing with their positive start to the campaign as they put 5 past Freiburg without reply. Serhu Guirassy scoring 2 of those goals, taking his tally to 6 in all competitions this season. Elsewhere from around Europe in League One, results from earlier on today. From Ligue 1, Toulouse 2, Clermont 2, Le Havre 3, Lorient 0, Lille 1, Montpellier 0, Metz 2, Reims 2. And they're still playing at the Allianz Riviera. Nice leading Strasbourg by 2 goals to 0. PSG in action later on this evening. We had a few technical problems with Cam Wilson a little bit earlier on. See if we can cross to him now. Nice against Strasbourg. Cam, are you there? And those technical gremlins continue, unfortunately. But Nice closing in on all 3 points there. They're into the 7th minute of time added on. They still lead by 2 goals to 0. In Spanish La Liga, a couple of results from earlier on today. Girona 1, Las Palmas 0, and Mallorca 0, Athletic Bilbao 0. That was our feature game here on Football Live. Atletico Madrid against Sevilla. That's been postponed due to storms and rain. So that doesn't go ahead this evening. But Barcelona will be in action in an 8 o'clock kickoff as they travel to Osasuna. And looking at the standings in La Liga, Real Madrid, top of the table, of course. 4 wins from 4 now, thanks to Jude Bellingham's very late winner deep into time, added on as they came from behind to beat Getafe at the Santiago Bernabeu. Yesterday, the England international now top scorer in La Liga with 5 for the campaign. Real 2 points clear of Girona, who beat Las Palmas earlier on this afternoon. And as I mentioned, of course, Barcelona in action at Osasuna in an 8 o'clock kickoff tonight. Elsewhere from around Europe, by the way, it still remains Arsenal 1, Manchester United 1. We'll be back with Molly Sumter very shortly here on Football Live. In the Dutch Eredivisie, a few final scores to give you. Utrecht 1, Feyenoord 5, Volendam 0, Twente 2, and Sittard 0, Ajax 0. And Alkmaar beat Vitesse away from home by 2 goals to 0. And in the Belgian Jupiler Pro League, final scores: Ghent 2, Club Brugge 1, Royal Union 2, Antwerp 2. And it's currently goalless between Genk and Anderlecht into the 34th minute of that game. Right, let's head back to the Stadion an der Alten Forsterei as Union Berlin, of course, take on RB Leipzig. Leipzig, at the moment anyway, on their way to 3 very, very big points indeed. Let's head back now and rejoin Michael Jeffries.
Yes, Leipzig dominating this fixture. Olmo having a chance here, switching onto his left foot and trying to curl one into the top corner. And it's only from a great save from Renau that they are still in this fixture in Berlin. They are hanging on by the skin of their teeth, and they're really going to have to pull off something special to get back an equaliser and really get a foothold back into this game. And now, Union Berlin 0, Leipzig 1.
And Michael, very briefly, just a word on Danny Olmo, who crafted that opportunity there. He's been in deadly form this season, hasn't he? He scored a hat-trick in that Super Cup encounter and already has 2 from 2 this season as well.
Yes, exactly. Olmo has looked absolutely dandy up front, and especially with Poulsen just substituted off. He is looking like the main threat for Leipzig at the moment. And with this 10-men Union Berlin side, I wouldn't be surprised if he could get a goal here.
So at the moment, Leipzig still very much just edging that game, but of course they have the man advantage as well. Let's just try one last time to connect with Cam Wilson at the Allianz Riviera. Nice against Strasbourg, where it is full time, and all 3 points going the way of Nice this afternoon. Cam.
Yeah, Nice were absolutely brilliant. They were outstanding the whole game. They dominated the ball, obviously shown with over 60% possession. But Strasbourg, Patrick Vieira, after making such a brilliant start this season, they were absolutely abysmal. They had 4 shots, none on target, and 2 of the shots shouldn't even count as a stat. They were 40-yard hits from defenders, just a prayer, and they had no right even taking them. They should have been subbed off as well. They were embarrassing, woeful. I'm trying to think of more adjectives to describe how poor they were today. All credit to Nice. Moffey was superb. Unlucky, could have had a third chance. Bogger off the bench could have made it 3-0. They were brilliant and well deserving of the 3-0 victory.
Thanks very much to Cam Wilson, who was reporting on Nice against Strasbourg as Nice clinch their first win of the League Earn campaign. Let's head back to the Emirates Stadium now. Arsenal against Manchester United, and a triple substitution has been made in that game. Molly Sumter.
Yeah, Arsenal have brought on 3 new players here. They've taken Kai Havertz off, who was playing quite well and making a few chances through the middle for Arsenal. And they've brought on Fabio Vieira, who actually had quite a good positive impact in their game against Fulham last week. Nketiah has come off for Gabriel Jesus, potentially just some fresh legs there to make the runs and potentially get that clinical finish that Arsenal have been lacking. They've also taken off Zinchenko for Tomiyasu, who is back from suspension. I guess it could be seen as some game management, some fresh legs, potentially a few more defensive kind of players going on there, but also keeping up the attacking creative play that Arsenal have been having this second half. I think all credit's got to be given to Man United so far, though. They really have been on top this second half so far. Højlund really getting involved straight away, trying to create chances, getting stuck into tackles, trying to win back the ball as and where he can. So I think this is shaping up to be an absolutely incredible closing 10-15 minutes here at the Emirates. It's Arsenal 1, Man United 1.
So we certainly have that match still very nicely poised indeed. Will we get a winner this afternoon at the Emirates? It remains Arsenal 1, Manchester United 1. And of course, any further developments in that game, we'll bring them to you here on Football Live on Brila FM. It's 6:09 on this Sunday evening. Of course, we will be back in 2 weeks' time, as mentioned, following the international break next weekend. We'll be rattling through all the final scores for you between now and the close of play from this weekend's Premier League action. Plenty of talking points, of course, over the course of this weekend. Plenty of action this afternoon as well, where we've had, 5, 8, 10 goals in the 3 matches that have taken place this afternoon. 5 of those, of course, surprisingly, it has to be said, came at Selhurst Park as Crystal Palace beat Wolves by 3-2. Prior to that game, they only scored 2 and conceded 2, I think. Well, they only scored 4 between them, I think, anyway, certainly before the start of play. But a 5-goal, maybe not thriller, but an entertaining game nonetheless, as Roy Hodgson's side took all 3 points at Selhurst Park this afternoon. And of course, at Anfield, Liverpool dispatching Aston Villa quite comfortably in the end by 3-0. Mo Salah on the score sheet, scoring the 3rd goal 10 minutes into the second half. Plenty of speculation around his future, of course, following that approach from Al Ittihad in the week with that £150 million bid for the Liverpool midfielder. It was turned down. Rumours that they may be increasing that bid to potentially an eye-watering £200 million. Surely that would be too much for Liverpool to turn down. We shall certainly wait and see developments around the Mo Salah situation. Just speaking of the Saudi Pro League, because we do like to cover that here on Football Live. John Kane is our resident Saudi Pro League expert, but he's away on vacation this weekend, which is absolutely outrageous. On the pitch in the Saudi Pro League, well, Cristiano Ronaldo scored his 850th career goal as Al Nassr beat Al Hazem yesterday, 5-1 the final score there. That followed Alexander Mitrovic's hat-trick on Friday as Al Hilal came out on top in a 7-goal thriller, beating Al Ittihad 4-3. And Moussa Dembele scoring a brace as well yesterday as Steven Gerrard's Al Ettifaq came from behind to beat Damak 3-1. We will continue, of course, to monitor the Saudi Pro League over the coming weeks and months here on Football Live on Brila FM. There's been a huge chance at the Etihad. Let's head straight back now to Molly Sumter.
I can't believe he's missed this one, Chris. It's Bukayo Saka, who's been through on goal, and it's practically one-on-one with the keeper, and it looks as though he's just passed it straight back to him. He has a completely open goal to score at. I don't know how they haven't made that to Arsenal. That is beyond me how he has missed that. Before that, I was just about to say there's only been one shot on target, well, now two for Arsenal for each side. Arsenal having 4 shots in total, Man United 7 in total. But I think it's just proving that both of these teams seem to be missing that one player who can hit the target and can find the back of the net. I think if either team had one of those, they would have either run away with it or we would have been seeing a lot of goals here this afternoon. Arsenal are knocking on the door, getting closer, but Man United are generally handling it very well. So we'll have to see if there's going to be another goal. We've got about 10 minutes to go here at the Emirates. It's Arsenal 1, Man United 1.
So still one apiece then, with about 7.5 minutes or so of normal time remaining there at the Emirates. Of course, one of the results yesterday at the Etihad, Manchester City dispatching Fulham quite comfortably in the end, 5-1, although it was a match, of course, surrounded by first half controversy. Summer signing just before the transfer window closed, of course, for Fulham, with Alex Iwobi making the move from Everton. Here is Alex Iwobi now.
I'm buzzing. I just can't wait to get started. Excited to start my journey here.
Marco Silva's offered a big pull for them wanting to come here, but I guess that's especially the case with you, seeing as it's the second time he signed you.
Yeah, second time is a charm, I guess. But yeah, he spoke to me about the ambitions of the club and where he wants to go with the club. So I'm on board, and I'm hoping that I can bring something to the club. Yeah, of course, he wants to challenge for things, and I feel like he gave me the confidence boost that with my qualities that he's able to do so. So I hope I'm able to repay the faith.
That's Alex Iwobi. Yes, indeed, the second time that he's been signed by Marco Silva. Of course, that the first occasion came during Marco Silva's time at Everton a few seasons ago. Goal news to tell you about in the German Bundesliga.
The goals, powered by NairaBet.
Have Union Berlin managed to claw themselves back on level terms, or has it gone the other way? Michael Jeffries.
It looks like Union Berlin's day is getting worse and worse. It's a blistering counter-attack from Leipzig. Sesko and Simmons linking up beautifully, but it is Sesko who buries it into the back of the net. And it really seals what is an incredible game so far for Leipzig, really capitalising on that one-man advantage. And Union Berlin are all over the place. For now, it's Union Berlin 0, Leipzig 2.
Points appear to be going the way of RB Leipzig then this afternoon. Let's head back to Molly Sumter at the Emirates. Further changes being made there. Before we do, further goal news in the Bundesliga.
The goals, powered by NairaBet.
Clear daylight now between Union Berlin and RB Leipzig, because Benjamin Sesko has just scored again. He's second of the game within the space of a couple of minutes. And it's now Union Berlin 0, RB Leipzig 3 as they approach full time in that game. Tell you what, let's just very quickly cross to Michael for news of that third goal for Leipzig and a second goal in very quick succession there for Sesko.
Oh, and what a beauty this is. Olmo, we know he's been a dangerous threat the whole game. Chips a delightful ball into Sesko. And Sesko does a dinky little header over the top of the keeper. No chance. And that really caps off a phenomenal performance from Leipzig. Union Berlin have no chance now. This game is done and dusted. Union Berlin 0, Leipzig 3.
Yeah, and about 3 minutes or so of normal time remaining, and Union Berlin heading towards their first defeat of the season. Let's head back to the Emirates now. Arsenal against Manchester United. Molly Sumter.
Yeah, there's been a double change here for Manchester United. They've taken off Victor Lindelof and put Johnny Evans in his place. And so too have taken off Anthony, who we said before the fans weren't fully convinced with, didn't have full confidence with. And they've brought on their youngster Garnacho to see if he can make anything happen in these closing 5 to 10 minutes. I think he's a great player to bring on at this point in the game, because at this point you have to go for it. I don't think either Arsenal or United would really settle for a draw here and a point, because of the way both teams have played. Both of them have really gone for it this game, and I think you'd be disappointed as either side to come away with just 1 point in this game. And I think Garnacho is definitely a player who can make something happen in these closing stages. As it stands, we've got about 3 minutes of normal time to go. It's Arsenal 1, Man United 1.
Will either of those sides be taking home the 3 points this afternoon? There is still plenty of time remaining at the Emirates. You're listening to Football Live here on Brila FM. Chris Baldwin here with you right the way through until 6:40. And I think we may have a winner at the Emirates this afternoon, because there's been another goal.
The goals, powered by NairaBet.
And Manchester United have taken the lead with 2 minutes of normal time remaining. Let's head straight back now to Molly Sumter. Molly.
Well, just as we were saying that Garnacho could be the man to solve Man United's problems, it is him who has done just that. It was brilliantly worked. Højlund playing a little part in that goal with a lovely flick onto Casemiro, who then threaded the pass all the way through to Garnacho, who ran with it through the Arsenal defence, see you later, and put the ball into the bottom right-hand corner, firing it past Ramsdale. It's a fabulously worked goal from the Red Devils. Arsenal players looking deflated and defeated, as you would, but Garnacho very much enjoying that goal. He's only been on the pitch for about 30 seconds, but what an impact he has had. 88 minutes gone. Arsenal 1, Man United 2.
Oh, and Molly, once again, Manchester United coming from behind. It looks as though they're going to take all 3 points. As for Arsenal, well, their woes continue, and it looks as though possibly even at this early stage of the season, who knows, their title aspirations might be over. Probably a little bit too soon, but surely real concerns. I mean, prior to this game, they'd only kept 4 clean sheets in their last 26 matches at the Emirates. They just can't close a game out.
No, and I do think that's something that Arteta will need to be thinking about. The fact that his team can't seem to keep a clean sheet, that is really worrying. And the stats do prove that. And I think it is very early on in the season to tell. But you can't rule anybody out yet. But this is not the same Arsenal that we had seen last season.
Thanks very much, Molly. That's Molly Sumter reporting on Arsenal against Manchester United. It looks as though we have a late winner in that game. I can tell you, though, that VAR has come into play there. So this news is just filtering through from the Emirates. VAR are taking a check on that goal. We will be crossing back to Molly very, very shortly, hopefully, to try and iron this out. But I can tell you the goal has not been given, and it remains 1-1. So a huge let-off for Arsenal. Absolutely incredible. It remains Arsenal 1, Manchester United 1. I think Molly can probably just top and tail what's happened regarding this situation. Molly.
Well, it's one of those cases where you've got to question, how close do VAR want to go? Because it is honest, I can't even tell you, it's probably centimetres, if not like inches, between, I think it's the Man United, the Arsenal defender's shoulder and Garnacho's knee. It's absolutely ridiculous. I think if that was given against you, you'd be absolutely fuming. It is such a tight call, and whilst by the letter of the law it's the correct one, I don't think players can control that kind of accuracy. So I do feel really bad for Garnacho, who does look furious at that decision. There's 8 minutes that's been added on here, so we'll see if they can maybe replicate that or get anything else last minute here. But it's gone back to Arsenal 1, Man United 1.
You are listening to Football Live and exclusive on Brila FM.
The Premier League, the Bundesliga, Serie A, La Liga.
4 hours of football every Saturday and Sunday on Brila FM with Football Live.
You are listening to Football Live on Brila FM 88.9 and 101.1 FM.
Sports Radio 88.9 Brila FM. Brila.
News and engagements never stop on our website
www.brila.net
and our social media handles
889 Brila FM.
on Facebook.
Yes, 889 Brila FM on Facebook. At 889 Brila FM.
On Instagram
Got it? At 889 Brila FM on Instagram.
and on Twitter.
It's at Brila FM 889 and Brila Sports TV on Google+. Brila.
News and engagements never stop.
So do remember to like all our pages. Do like us.
Here is what's coming up on Football Live.
Next weekend is an international break. Football Live will be back in 2 weeks' time, live and exclusive on Brila FM. With Everton against Arsenal. Premier League action with Josh Bailey.
Some of the best start from the streets of Africa. This is not just a game. It's a feeling within us. It's expressive. It's a passion. Play for the fun. Play for the thrill. Play responsibly. Proudly African. Bet with the best. Naira Bet.
You are listening to Football Live on Brila FM.
Let's get back to the action on Football Live. You are listening to Football Live, powered by NairaBet, with Chris Baldwin.
And we're deep into time added on at the end of the match between Arsenal and Manchester United. It remains 1-1. Let's just head back to Molly Sumter now with, I'm not sure how many minutes we have. It was 8, wasn't it, Molly? So we've got about 3.5 minutes of the 8 remaining. But what drama following that VAR decision.
Well, pretty much straight away after Arsenal made a change, they've taken off Martinelli for Reece Nelson. I think in these closing kind of minutes, Man United, you've got to feel for them because that is such a tight call, and the way they've performed this second half, they really should have had that goal given. Arsenal now seem to be a little bit on the front foot. Maybe that stroke of luck has given them that kind of final push for these last kind of, as you say, 4 minutes or so. They are getting on the attack, but Man United holding that defensive bank very, very strong. So nothing quite managed to come for Arsenal just yet, but it's definitely going to be a tense final few moments here, Chris. It's Arsenal 1, Man United 1.
And we'll be back with Molly Sumter very, very shortly. The final whistle has blown in the Bundesliga. Union Berlin against RB Leipzig. And in the end, it was a fairly comfortable away win for the visitors. Michael Jeffries.
Yes, it really has been Leipzig's game, especially that second half. Simmons started it all off with a beautiful whip shot into the top corner, but it was the super sub Sesko that provided the 2 goals that really gave them the distance they needed. And it was the red card to Bayern that really helped really secure that win. I think Bonucci is going to be watching on for Union Berlin, thinking there is some work that needs to be done, their win streak having been broken today. The final score, Union Berlin 0, Leipzig 3.
What I absolutely love about the Premier League, week after week after week, is the drama because there has been another goal at the Emirates.
The goals, powered by NairaBet.
Deep into time added on. Let's head over. Molly, tell us all about it.
Oh, it's Arsenal all over. They've had a corner whipped in by Saka, and who's there at the back post to pick it up? None other than that massive summer signing, Declan Rice, who's been they've been extremely lucky, to be fair, Chris. He gets a good bit of contact on it, hits it on the half volley, but it does take a huge deflection off of a Manchester United defender. I don't think with that deflection it would have been enough to beat Onana. But you've got to feel for United here. That is just the stroke of luck that I think Arsenal have been looking for this entire game. Declan Rice will, of course, claim it as his goal. This is why he came to Arsenal. I don't know how you can leave him completely open at the back post like that. That is a really huge mistake from the Manchester United defence. But in the closing minutes, drama after drama here at the Emirates. It's Arsenal 2, Man United 1.
We've literally got about 30 seconds of the 8 minutes of time added on. Back with Molly Sumter very, very shortly indeed. Let's just bring you up to date with action that's taking place in Italian Serie A at the moment, because we have a couple of matches currently in progress where they have both reached half-time. It's Inter 1, Fiorentina 0. That's a half-time score. Marcus Thuram with the only goal of the game so far in that game, and goalless between Torino and Genoa. It's 0-0 at half-time. As I said, back with Molly shortly. Arsenal leading Manchester United now by 2-1. Late drama at the Emirates. Can Arsenal hold on to all 3 points and remain unbeaten this season? As I said, we'll be back across to the Emirates very, very shortly. You're listening to Football Live here on Brila FM. And I think with seconds remaining, there's been another opportunity, a late opportunity in that game. Let's rejoin Molly Sumter. Molly.
Well, there hasn't been another chance, Chris. I think they still haven't quite recovered from that last-minute goal. Rice still running about the pitch celebrating, but we just saw on that replay that it was Johnny Evans who'd been brought on last minute for Manchester United, who had gotten that, who was the player who got that deflection. I believe the goal has gone down as Declan Rice's, but I think without the deflection, Onana had it covered. So you do really feel for that for Johnny Evans here and Manchester United. It was such a tight game, and to lose it like that, have the goal chalked off very last minute, and then for them to go up the other end and score straight away from a massive deflection, you have to feel for the Red Devils and Ten Hag here, who have fought such a hard battle. We're coming into the closing seconds really of this game. It's Arsenal 2, Manchester United 1.
Yes, just seconds remaining. There we are into the 10th minute now of time added on at the end of that game at the Emirates as the clock ticks down, and Arsenal still just edging that game 2-1 against United. United, of course, it was who went ahead following a goal from Marcus Rashford in the 27th minute. Martin Odegaard cancelled that out with an equaliser a minute later. And then into the 96th minute of the game, and up steps the £100 million man himself, Declan Rice, to make it 2-1. And I can tell you there has been another goal at the Emirates.
The goals, powered by NairaBet.
Hold on to your hats, Manchester United supporters, because it's not good news, I'm afraid. Arsenal have scored a third goal. They now lead 3-1. It seemed as though the points were going to be shared right up until the 96th minute before, of course, Declan Rice was there with a deflected shot to give Arsenal the lead. And it's another goal for the Gunners. Gabriel Jesus has buried the ball into the back of the net. The 3 points are going the way of the Gunners this evening. They're into the 102nd minute of the game. It's Arsenal 3, Manchester United 1. Molly Sumter.
Oh, it's just the game that keeps on giving, Chris. Arsenal, as you said, have managed to find another one in the final seconds of this game. It's Gabriel Jesus, who's gone on a solo run on the break from a Manchester United attack, and he's managed to just walk round, really, the United defence. He's left one of the defenders on his back, and he's gone and he's tucked it away in the bottom right corner of Onana's goal. Again, you've really got to feel for the United players on this one, but Arsenal have been more clinical when it came to it. They deserve the win for the clinical finishing, but I think you do have to feel extremely sorry for that goal being chalked off so late on. This surely has to be it here. It's Arsenal 3, Man United 1.
Well, an absolutely fascinating match this afternoon there at the Emirates Stadium. They're still playing at the moment into the 13th minute now of time added on at the end, and Arsenal now leading by 3-1. We've had so many late goals, haven't we, in recent matches in the Premier League. Last weekend, of course, Manchester City leaving it very, very late to get all 3 points at Bramall Lane as Rodri scored a really late winner in that 2-1 win. And of course, who can forget events at St James's Park last weekend as Liverpool came from behind with 2 very late goals from Darwin Núñez to beat Newcastle by 2-1. Arsenal 3, Manchester United 1 is how it remains at the moment. We'll be getting a full-time report very shortly from Molly Sumter. Let's just rattle through the final scores once again for you from this weekend's football in the Premier League. Of course, it all kicked off on Friday night. Luton Town 1, West Ham 2 is how it ended there. The final scores from yesterday's action on Saturday, the lunchtime kickoff, of course, a relegation 6 points, as some were dubbing it. Sheffield United 2, Everton 2. Cracking game that was as well, actually. Brentford 2, Bournemouth 2, Burnley 2, Tottenham 5, Chelsea 0, Nottingham Forest 1, Manchester City 5, Fulham 1. And of course, Brighton 3, Newcastle 1. They were the results from yesterday. Earlier on today, it ended Crystal Palace 3, Wolves 2, and Liverpool 3, Aston Villa 0. I think finally the final whistle has blown at the Emirates. And on this pulsating afternoon, let's rejoin Molly Sumter.
Yeah, Chris, just as we were saying that Arsenal hadn't quite found their feet in this league just yet and hadn't quite got themselves going, well, it proves here today that they can do just that. When it really matters, they can come from behind. What a game this has been to watch as a neutral. This fixture never, ever disappoints. But how much drama we've had in this closing 10 minutes of the game was an absolutely fabulous game of football to watch. Obviously, Rashford put Man United against the run of play in front in the first half. Odegaard coming back very quickly, bringing it back level for the Gunners. Garnacho having that goal that really was so close to being chalked off by VAR so late on. And then the 2 late goals from Declan Rice via the deflection of Johnny Evans and Gabriel Jesus netting at the very last minute for them as well. The Arsenal fans are jubilant. You can see what this means to Mikel Arteta, who's running up and down the touchline. There's smiles all over Declan Rice's face. I think Gabriel Jesus was on his knees at the end. You can see how much of a turning point this could be for Arsenal this season. It's so important to them, given how they haven't quite found their feet and got going in the league so far. An absolutely brilliant game to watch and a brilliant result for Arsenal, but one where you do have to feel extremely sorry for Manchester United and their players and Ten Hag. It's ended Arsenal 3, Man United 1.
And such drama at the end, as you beautifully described there, Molly, with Manchester United. Looked as though Garnacho had scored to take the 3 points back to Old Trafford, and then deep into time added on, the match completely changing hands with Arsenal getting all 3 points, and that is the drama of the Premier League.
Oh, 100%. And I think you never ever could tell where this fixture was going. I think we saw that from the opening kind of 20 minutes of this game, with it being so end to end, so, each team hitting each other on the break. Really some great football being played, especially through both teams' midfields. It was a great game of football to watch, but it has gone Arsenal's way in the end. Maybe you could say they've been quite lucky with some of the decisions going their way, and the deflection was pretty lucky for them as well. But you have to give credit where it's due. Both teams played exceptionally well today. Really, you could really see the passion and how much this fixture meant to both of the teams. So I think we're set to have a great season of football, particularly from Arsenal, but from United as well.
Yeah, Arsenal running out 3-1 winners there. They will be absolutely delighted as the Arsenal supporters leave the Emirates Stadium this afternoon. But Molly, where does that leave Manchester United? Because it really has been not a poor start to the season, but they just haven't got into second gear, or maybe third gear yet. 2 wins now, 2 losses as well. And where do they go from here? It's been a pretty underwhelming start to the campaign for them.
No, definitely. I think if you're a fan, you've been expecting a lot more from your side, particularly as, deadline day, they had a massive shopping spree, let's be honest, as well as bringing in Hoyland, who, may I say, I think he's going to be an absolute star for this team. You could see from the moment he stepped on the pitch what he was about. He was in there to try and make something happen in the game, and I think he's definitely going to make an impact. So I think maybe some of these signings that they've brought in might change things around for United and get them playing some more not attractive football, but getting the results under their belt, because I don't think you can deny that they have played well today, but they're just not getting those results when it really matters. And it's these games, the big games, where it's going to really matter in terms of the league and the season, getting the points difference on those big clubs like Arsenal and Tottenham, who they lost to the other week. I think that's where it's going to really, really count for United. I think this game leaves them down in 11th, having played 4 games and only getting 6 points out of it. So it is a dismal start to the season for the Red Devils, but hopefully with these signings they'll be able to pick up a little bit.
Thanks very much indeed to Molly Sumter, our reporter on the spot this afternoon at the Emirates for Arsenal against Manchester United. High drama at the end of that game. Arsenal travel to Everton in 2 weeks' time. Manchester United are at home to Brighton. Well, that's just about nearly it from us here on Football Live. Some great action this afternoon. Liverpool beating Aston Villa by 3-0, of course, with goals from Dominic Szoboszlai, Matty Cash with an own goal, and Mo Salah. Crystal Palace seeing off Wolves 3-2. A couple of goals there for Odsonne Edouard, Eberici Eze also on the score sheet. Hwang and Cunha replying for Wolves. And of course, at the Emirates, what drama, as I say. Arsenal beating Manchester United by 3-1. They went behind in the game. Marcus Rashford scoring for United. Arsenal equalising just about a minute or so later through Martin Odegaard. And then 2 goals deep into time added on through Declan Rice in the 96th minute. And then Gabriel Jesus adding a 3rd goal in the 101st minute to take all the points for Arsenal. So just looking at the table as it stands, the Premier League headed by Manchester City on 12 points, 100% record, 4 wins from 4. Now they're 2 points clear of Tottenham, who are on 10 points alongside Liverpool and West Ham, and Arsenal also following that late win against United this afternoon. All of those sides unbeaten in the Premier League so far this season. At the bottom of the table, Burnley propping up the Premier League, yet to get a point this season, along with Luton in 19th spot and Everton occupying 18th spot in the Premier League. That's just about it from us here on Football Live. Hope you've enjoyed the entertainment this afternoon. We'll be back in 2 weeks' time after the international break. But from everybody here involved with Football Live, it's a very good evening to you. Goodbye.